Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories, and if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fog pressed itself against the windows of Scotland Yard with the persistence of an unwanted guest, thick and grey and patient as only London fog could be. Inspector Lestrade stood before those windows now, watching the gaslight outside struggle to pierce the murk, each lamp a dim halo of amber that seemed to float, unanchored, in the swirling gloom. His reflection stared back at him from the glass, wavering and indistinct, and he thought, not for the first time that evening, that the city itself was conspiring to make everything uncertain tonight. Behind him, the office clock ticked with the solemn authority of something that had witnessed too many anxious hours, its rhythm steady as a heartbeat, counting down moments that felt suddenly precious. The air in the room carried the familiar scent of old paper, ink that had long since dried on 1,000 reports, and the faint staleness of coal smoke that seeped through every crack and crevice of the building. Lestrade's desk was a landscape of duty, files stacked with military precision, a blotter slightly stained, a pen resting at precisely the angle he'd left it. Everything in its place, everything as it should be, which made the telegram in his hand feel all the more like an intruder. The paper was crisp between his fingers, expensive stock, the kind that announced its sender's status before a single word was read. Lestrade had held it for 3 full minutes now, reading and rereading the brief message as if repetition might soften its implications. It did not. Urgent. Lord Ashworth missing. Belgravia residence. Attend immediately. Discretion paramount. 12 words, each one a small stone added to the weight already pressing on his chest. Lord Ashworth. He knew the name, of course. Anyone who read the papers knew the name. Ashworth was banking, was influential, was the sort of man whose dinner parties were mentioned in society columns, and whose opinions on fiscal policy could make ministers nervous. The sort of man who, when he disappeared, took with him not just a person, but a constellation of interests, investments, and implications. And now that disappearance had landed on Lestrade's desk, delivered by telegram at 8:30 in the evening, when sensible people were settling into their armchairs with brandy and newspapers, when the fog was thickening into something almost solid, when the very idea of venturing out into the November cold seemed designed to test one's dedication to duty. Lestrade folded the telegram carefully, creasing it along lines that had already been folded and unfolded too many times. He was a methodical man, Lestrade, a believer in procedure and documentation, in the steady accumulation of facts that, properly arranged, would inevitably point toward truth. It was an approach that had served him well enough over the years, had earned him his position, and had given him a reputation for reliability if not brilliance. But it was also an approach that felt suddenly inadequate in the face of this particular summons. High-profile cases were always delicate. They came wrapped in expectations and weighted with consequences that extended far beyond simple justice. Questions would be asked in Parliament. The Commissioner would be watching. The press, God help them all, would be circling like gulls over a fishing boat, eager for scraps of scandal to feed to a public that devoured such things with an unseemly appetite. He reached for his coat, heavy wool that smelled faintly of the rain it had absorbed over countless investigations, and shrugged it on with the resigned air of a man preparing for battle. The coat settled on his shoulders with familiar weight, a kind of armour perhaps, or at least a uniform that reminded him of his role, his duty, the oath he'd taken when he'd first joined the Metropolitan Police. The streets of London at night were a world unto themselves, especially when the fog rolled in like this, transforming the familiar into something strange and slightly menacing. Lestrade's cab moved through the murk at a pace that suggested the horse itself was uncertain of the way. The clip-clop of hooves muffled, softened, as if the fog absorbed sound along with light. Street lamps emerged from the grey like ghosts materialising, then faded again as the cab passed. Somewhere, a dog barked, the sound oddly distant despite what might have been proximity. The city, vast and teeming even at this hour, felt reduced to this small moving bubble of cab and horse and fog. Lestrade watched the indistinct shapes of buildings slide past his window, trying to order his thoughts, to prepare himself for whatever awaited. He'd been to Belgravia before, of course, though usually on matters far less grave than disappearances. Belgravia was where old money resided alongside new wealth, where Georgian terraces stood in elegant rows, their white stucco facades speaking of propriety and permanence. It was a neighbourhood of careful appearances, of households that ran with clockwork precision, of servants who knew better than to gossip, and families who considered scandal a fate worse than poverty, which made a disappearance all the more extraordinary. In Belgravia, people did not simply vanish. They might travel, certainly, might depart for country estates or continental tours, but such departures were planned, announced, executed with the same careful attention to detail that governed every other aspect of their lives. A man like Lord Ashworth didn't simply fail to appear one morning, leaving behind confused servants and a frantic telegram to Scotland Yard. The cab turned onto a quieter street, and Lestrade felt the shift in the air, that peculiar quality that marked the transition from merely prosperous to genuinely wealthy London. Here, the houses stood larger, more imposing, separated from the street by wrought iron railings and small front gardens that even in November maintained a certain dignity. The gaslight seemed brighter here, as if the lamps themselves understood they served a more refined clientele. The fog still pressed close, still softened every edge and muffled every sound. But somehow it felt more gentle, as if even the weather knew to behave itself in such surroundings. The Ashworth residence, when the cab finally stopped before it, was precisely the sort of house Lestrade had expected. Tall and imposing, 5 stories of cream-coloured stucco that glowed faintly in the gaslight, its windows regularly spaced with mathematical precision, its front door painted a glossy black that reflected the street lamp's light like still water. The railings were ornate without being ostentatious, the small front garden maintained with obvious care despite the season. It was a house that spoke of establishment, of tradition, of a family that had occupied this particular piece of London for generations and had every intention of continuing to do so. Yet there was something off about it tonight, something Lestrade felt even as he paid the cabby and stood on the pavement looking up at those precise windows. Perhaps it was simply the knowledge of why he'd been summoned, the awareness that behind that calm facade something had gone terribly wrong. Or perhaps it was something more tangible, a light burning in a room that should have been dark, or the shadow of movement glimpsed behind a curtain, quick and anxious. The house, for all its architectural confidence, seemed to be holding its breath. Lestrade climbed the steps to the front door, his footfalls echoing in the fog-wrapped silence. Before he could raise his hand to the knocker, a brass lion's head that regarded him with regal indifference, the door swung open, and he found himself facing a butler whose composure was so thoroughly intact that for a moment Lestrade wondered if perhaps the telegram had been some kind of mistake, some administrative confusion. But no. The butler's composure was too perfect, too careful, the kind of control that required effort. His face was pale beneath its professional neutrality, and his hands, clasped before him, betrayed the slightest tremor. "Inspector Lestrade," the butler said, and it was not a question. Of course they'd been watching for him. Of course his arrival had been anticipated. "Please, come in. The family is... they are in the drawing-room." The entrance hall was exactly what one would expect from such. A house. Polished marble floor laid in a black and white checkerboard pattern, walls papered in deep burgundy with a subtle pattern that probably cost more per roll than Lestrade earned in a month. A chandelier overhead that caught the light and scattered it into 100 tiny prisms. A grandfather clock stood against one wall, its face showing 9:30, its pendulum swinging with the same steady patience as the clock back at Scotland Yard, as if time itself refused to be hurried by human crisis. But it was the scent that struck Lestrade most forcefully as he stepped inside, and the butler closed the door behind him, shutting out the fog and the night. The house smelled of beeswax and lavender, of old wood and older money, of fires burning in grates and meals prepared in distant kitchens. It smelled, in short, like order, like a world where everything had its place and every person knew their role. The scent of a household that functioned, that maintained itself, that presented to the world an image of unshakable stability. Yet beneath it all, so faint that Lestrade almost thought he imagined it, was something else. A hint of disturbance, not decay, nothing so dramatic. Just the suggestion that the household's usual rhythms had been disrupted, that somewhere in this carefully maintained world, something had gone wrong. The butler led him down a corridor lined with portraits, generations of Ashworths, presumably, all staring out from their gilded frames with the same expression of assured superiority. They passed a table bearing a Chinese vase that probably predated the house itself, past doors closed on rooms Lestrade could only imagine, each one no doubt furnished with the same careful attention to status and style. "Inspector Lestrade," the butler announced as he opened a door near the end of the corridor, and Lestrade stepped into the drawing room to face whatever awaited him there. The room was large without being cavernous, furnished in the sort of understated elegance that only significant wealth could achieve. A fire burned in the marble fireplace, its light dancing across walls hung with paintings that Lestrade suspected might be important, might even be valuable enough to have names attached to their creators. The furniture was arranged in conversational groupings, chairs and settees upholstered in fabric that gleamed softly in the firelight. A piano stood near one window, its surface bearing a collection of framed photographs, silver frames catching the light. Everything spoke of comfort, of taste, of a life lived among beautiful things by people who had the leisure to appreciate beauty. But the room's occupants appeared to find no comfort in their surroundings tonight. Lady Ashworth rose as Lestrade entered, and he was struck immediately by the contradiction she presented. She was a woman of perhaps 45, her dark hair still mostly ungreyed, and arranged in a style that managed to be both fashionable and severe. She wore a gown of deep blue that had probably been selected that morning with no thought that she would still be wearing it at this hour, receiving visits from Scotland Yard inspectors. Her face was pale but composed, her posture perfect, her hands clasped before her with a stillness that seemed almost rehearsed. Yet her eyes gave her away. They were red-rimmed, slightly swollen, the eyes of someone who had wept and then forced herself to stop, who had given in to despair, and then pulled herself back through sheer force of will. They were the eyes of a woman maintaining control by the thinnest of margins. "Inspector," she said, and her voice was steady, cultured, the voice of someone accustomed to authority. "Thank you for coming so promptly. I apologize for the dramatic summons, but my husband's absence is most irregular, and I felt it necessary to." She trailed off, and Lestrade saw her hands tighten their grip on each other, knuckles whitening briefly before she consciously relaxed them again. "Please," Lestrade said gently, "don't apologize, Lady Ashworth. I'm here to help. Perhaps you could tell me what's happened." She gestured to the chairs arranged near the fire, and they sat, Lady Ashworth perching on the edge of a settee as if she couldn't quite commit to comfort, Lestrade choosing a chair that gave him a view of both her and the room's door. The fire crackled softly, a domestic sound at odds with the tension that filled the space. "My husband," Lady Ashworth began, her voice carefully controlled, "did not come down to breakfast this morning. That in itself is not entirely unusual. He sometimes works late in his study and sleeps past his usual hour. But when his valet went to wake him at 8:30, as is the custom when he's not appeared by 8, she paused, swallowed, continued. The bedroom was empty. The bed had been slept in, or at least disturbed. But Edward was simply gone. Lestrade withdrew his notebook, a battered leather-bound thing that had accompanied him through countless investigations, and began to make notes in the careful, methodical hand that had become second nature over the years. "And when did you last see your husband, Lady Ashworth?" "Last evening. We dined together here in this house." The meal was served at 7:30, as always. Edward seemed normal, perhaps a touch distracted, but he's been preoccupied with business matters lately, banking concerns, I gather, though he doesn't often discuss such things with me. Of course not, Lestrade thought. In houses like this there were clear divisions, understood territories. Men had their business, their clubs, their spheres of influence. Women had their households, their social obligations, their separate but supposedly equal domains. After dinner, he prompted. Edward retired to his study. He said he had correspondence to attend to. I went to the music room for a time, then retired around 10 o'clock. I assumed Edward would join me eventually, but She gestured helplessly. "Sometimes he falls asleep in his study. I didn't want to disturb him." "So you didn't see him again after dinner?" "No." The fire popped softly, sending up a small shower of sparks that died against the grate. Somewhere in the house a clock chimed the 3/4 hour, the sound distant and slightly mournful. "Lady Ashworth," Lestrade said carefully, "I need to ask, had your husband been troubled lately? Worried about anything? Acting differently in any way?" She was already shaking her head before he finished. "No, nothing. Edward he's a steady man, Inspector. Reliable. He has his routines and he maintains them. He's not given to flights of fancy or sudden impulses. That's what makes this so incomprehensible." Lestrade nodded, still writing. "Steady men, reliable men. They were the ones who surprised you most thoroughly when they deviated from their patterns." He'd learned that much in his years at the Yard. "I'll need to see his study," he said, "and his bedroom. And I'll need to speak with the household staff, particularly anyone who might have seen or heard anything unusual during the night." "Of course. Whatever you need." Lady Ashworth rose again, and Lestrade noticed the way she had to steady herself briefly, one hand gripping the arm of the settee. "Inspector, you will find him, won't you? Edward he's important. Not just to me, but to many people. His business affairs, his position." She didn't finish, but she didn't need to, Lestrade understood. Lord Ashworth wasn't just a missing person. He was a missing piece of London's intricate social and financial machinery, and his absence would ripple outward in ways both obvious and subtle. "I'll do everything in my power," Lestrade assured her, closing his notebook and rising. "Now, if you could show me Lord Ashworth's study." As he followed Lady Ashworth back into the corridor, the butler materialising silently to light their way with a candelabra, despite the house's gaslight, Lestrade felt the familiar weight of a case settling onto his shoulders. It was early yet, just the opening hours of what might be a long investigation, but already he could sense the complications, the delicate balancing act between finding truth and managing expectations, between following procedure and navigating the treacherous waters of high society. The fog pressed against the windows as they passed, and somewhere in the house's depths he heard the faint sound of a door closing, soft as a secret being kept. The study was a room that spoke of masculine authority, of decisions made and fortunes directed. It occupied a corner of the house's second floor, blessed with windows on 2 walls that during daylight hours would have flooded the space with natural light. Now, at this late hour, with the fog pressing thick against the glass, the windows were simply dark mirrors reflecting back the gaslight from the lamps the butler lit. As they entered, each flame catching and growing, pushing back shadows that seemed reluctant to retreat. Lestrade stood in the doorway for a moment, taking in the space with the careful attention he'd learned to apply to every scene. The room was perhaps 20 feet square, its walls lined floor to ceiling with bookshelves that bore the weight of what must have been hundreds of volumes. Leather-bound collections that gave off the particular scent of old paper and expensive binding, mixed with the sharp tang of ink and the earthier smell of pipe tobacco. A large mahogany desk dominated the space before the windows, its surface a carefully organised chaos of papers, ledgers, and correspondence. Behind it, a leather chair, high-backed and imposing, sat empty, pushed back slightly as if its occupant had just risen and might return at any moment. "This is as we found it," Lady Ashworth said from behind him, her voice quiet, almost reverent, as if they'd entered a chapel rather than a room. "I gave instructions that nothing was to be touched until you arrived." Lestrade nodded his approval, stepping further into the room, his eyes moving systematically from left to right, cataloguing details with the methodical precision that was his particular strength. A fireplace on the interior wall, cold now, its grate holding the grey remnants of a fire that had burned itself out. A drinks cabinet near the door, crystal decanters catching the lamplight, their contents ranging from amber to deep ruby. A reading chair positioned near one of the windows, a small table beside it bearing a pair of spectacles folded atop a book whose spine read, "Considerations on Representative Government." "Did your husband smoke?" Lestrade asked, noting the pipe stand on the desk, holding 3 pipes of varying sizes and styles. "Yes, a pipe, usually in the evenings. He found it helped him think." Lestrade moved to the desk, careful not to touch anything yet, simply observing. The papers were mostly business correspondence, letters from banks, reports with columns of figures, documents bearing the heavy seals of official institutions. A ledger lay open, its pages covered in neat handwriting that recorded what appeared to be investment details, though Lestrade's knowledge of high finance was limited enough that the entries might as well have been written in Greek. But it was what wasn't on the desk that caught his attention. No pipe rested in the ashtray, though a dusting of ash suggested one had been there recently. No pen lay uncapped. No ink bottle stood open, despite Lady Ashworth's assertion that her husband had been attending to correspondence. The blotter was clean, unmarked by the small stains that accumulated when someone actually sat and wrote. "The correspondence he mentioned," Lestrade said, turning to Lady Ashworth. "Would it have been here, at this desk?" "I assume so. Edward conducted all his business affairs from this room." Lestrade nodded slowly, his mind already beginning to construct possibilities, to arrange facts into preliminary patterns that might or might not hold as more information accumulated. A man who intended to write letters but whose desk showed no evidence of recent writing. A fire that had burned itself out despite the November cold. A chair pushed back but not far enough to suggest a hasty departure. "I'll need some time here," he said, "to examine the papers, see if anything suggests where Lord Ashworth might have gone or why." Lady Ashworth nodded, her composure still intact but clearly requiring effort. "Of course. I'll be in the drawing-room should you need me. Jenkins," she addressed the butler, who stood silent as a shadow near the door. "Please assist the inspector with anything he requires." She departed with the same controlled grace she'd maintained throughout, leaving Lestrade alone with the butler and the room full of a missing man's possessions. For the next hour Lestrade worked with steady thoroughness, examining papers, opening drawers, checking the contents of the wastebasket, mostly discarded envelopes and a single crumpled letter that proved to be from Lord Ashworth's tailor, nothing more sinister than a request for payment on an outstanding bill. He made notes in his careful hand, documenting everything, building his file with the patience of someone who understood that investigations were won or lost on details, on the small facts that could be cross-referenced and verified, that could be presented to superiors and, if necessary, to courts. Jenkins stood by, answering questions when asked, providing information about Lord Ashworth's habits and schedules with the precise recall of a man who'd served the household for decades. Yes, Lord Ashworth typically worked in the study until 11 or midnight. No, he didn't usually lock the door. Yes, the fire would have been banked before the household retired, but Lord Ashworth often let it burn out if he was working late. No, nothing seemed disturbed or out of place to Jenkins' eye, though of course the inspector would know better about such things. It was just past 11 when Lestrade heard the front door open, the sound carrying up from the entrance hall, the solid thunk of heavy wood, followed by voices, one of which belonged to Jenkins, who had descended to answer the knock, and another that was unfamiliar, light and slightly drawling, speaking too quietly for the words to carry, but with a tone that suggested complete unconcern for the lateness of the hour. Lestrade was still frowning over a letter that appeared to reference some kind of business dispute, something about delayed shipments and contested contracts, when the study door opened and Jenkins reappeared, his expression carefully neutral in the way that servants perfected when announcing something irregular. "Inspector," he said, "Mr. Sherlock Holmes is here. He says Lady Ashworth sent for him earlier this evening." And there it was, Lestrade felt, something twist in his chest, a complicated knot of emotions he'd long since given up trying to untangle. Relief, certainly. Holmes had solved cases that had baffled the Yard, had brought clarity to situations that seemed hopelessly muddled, but also frustration, because Holmes's methods were so thoroughly at odds with proper procedure, so infuriatingly unorthodox. And perhaps, though Lestrade would never have admitted it aloud, a touch of wounded pride, because when Holmes arrived, it was tacit acknowledgement that the official channels, that Lestrade's own careful methodology, might not be sufficient. "Show him up," Lestrade said, keeping his voice neutral, and Jenkins withdrew. A moment later, Sherlock Holmes entered the study with the languid ease of someone strolling into his own home, rather than arriving at past 11 o'clock to investigate a disappearance. He was tall and lean, dressed in a suit that managed to look both expensive and carelessly worn, his sharp features composed in an expression of mild interest that didn't quite reach his eyes. Those eyes, grey and penetrating, moved around the room with a speed that seemed almost supernatural, taking in everything, cataloguing, filing, processing in the span of a few heartbeats what had taken Lestrade an hour to document. "Lestrade," Holmes said, by way of greeting. "Still making notes, I see. How thoroughly professional of you." The words could have been an insult, might have been intended as one, but were delivered with such casual detachment that Lestrade couldn't quite take offence. This was simply Holmes being Holmes, observing the world and finding it mildly amusing, like a particularly clever child watching adults stumble through tasks that seemed self-evidently simple. "Holmes," Lestrade replied evenly. "I wasn't aware Lady Ashworth had sent for you. She sent a note to Baker Street around 9 o'clock. I was engaged in an experiment with tobacco ash. Fascinating stuff, the variations in mineral content based on soil composition, but this seemed more pressing. A missing lord is bound to attract attention, and Lady Ashworth was quite clear that discretion was paramount." Holmes moved to the desk, his long fingers hovering over the papers without quite touching them, as if he could divine their contents through proximity alone. "Tell me what you've learned." It was characteristic of Holmes to ask rather than wait to be told, to assume collaboration even when no such arrangement had been formally established. Lestrade had long since learned to accept this quirk, and had come to understand that arguing about procedure with Holmes was like arguing with the fog about where it chose to settle, pointless and exhausting. So he summarised what Lady Ashworth had told him, what he'd observed in the study, the small inconsistencies that had caught his attention. Holmes listened without interrupting, though his eyes continued their restless movement around the room, and Lestrade had the distinct impression that the detective was absorbing far more information than Lestrade was providing, reading the space itself like others might read a book. "The bedroom next, I think," Holmes said when Lestrade finished. "The study tells us where Lord Ashworth worked, but the bedroom will tell us where he lived. There's a difference, you know." They made their way down the corridor, Jenkins leading with his candelabra again, though the house's gaslight was perfectly adequate. Perhaps it was simply habit, Lestrade thought, or perhaps there was comfort in carrying light through a house that had been disrupted by darkness, even metaphorical darkness. The bedroom was on the 3rd floor, accessed through a dressing room that connected to Lady Ashworth's separate chamber, an arrangement common in such households where married couples maintained separate sleeping quarters joined by shared space, a compromise between propriety and partnership. The room was spacious but not ostentatious, furnished with a large bed whose covers were indeed disturbed, thrown back as if someone had risen in the ordinary course of a morning. A wardrobe stood against one wall, its doors closed. A washstand bore a china basin and pitcher, both apparently unused. The curtains were drawn, but one window was open, perhaps 2 inches, letting in a thread of cold air that carried with it the damp scent of fog. Holmes went immediately to that window, examining it with an intensity that seemed excessive for such a simple feature. He ran his fingers along the sill, peered at the frame, then leaned out into the fog, looking down at what Lestrade knew to be a sheer drop of 3 stories to a small courtyard garden below. "Interesting," Holmes murmured, withdrawing and moving to the bed. He bent close to the pillows, actually pressing his face near the linens in a gesture that made Lestrade profoundly uncomfortable. It seemed invasive somehow, too intimate for even an investigation. But Holmes straightened after a moment, apparently satisfied, and turned his attention to the floor beside the bed. "Your man is a creature of habit, Lestrade. Note the wear pattern on the carpet. He rises on the same side every morning, stands in the same spot while donning his slippers. The slippers themselves," he gestured to a pair of leather slippers positioned neatly beside the bed, "are here, which suggests he was not wearing them when he left. Barefoot, unlikely in November. Therefore he dressed before departing, took the time to put on proper shoes." Lestrade made notes, though part of him wondered if Holmes was simply stating the obvious while making it sound profound. Of course a man would dress before leaving his bedroom. What did that prove? But Holmes was already moving to the wardrobe, opening it with the confidence of someone who had every right to examine another man's possessions. Inside hung suits, shirts, coats, arranged with the precision that suggested a valet's hand rather than the owner's. Holmes's fingers moved along the hanging garments, pausing occasionally, moving on. "His evening clothes are here," Holmes said. "The suit he would have worn to dinner with Lady Ashworth. But—" his hand stopped, patted an empty space between a morning coat and a walking suit. "Something is missing. A casual jacket, perhaps, or a smoking jacket. Something he might throw on for comfort but wouldn't wear to a formal dinner." "He changed after dinner," Lestrade said, understanding, "before going to his study." Precisely. A man settling in for an evening's work, making himself comfortable, not a man planning to go out or expecting visitors, or preparing for anything unusual. Holmes closed the wardrobe and stood for a moment in the centre of the room, his eyes half closed, and Lestrade recognised this as one of the detective's peculiar habits, a moment of stillness, of internal processing, as if Holmes were consulting some vast mental archive of facts and observations, cross-referencing what he'd seen here with everything else he'd ever learned about how people lived and moved and behaved. Then the moment passed, and Holmes was moving again, heading for the dressing room that connected to Lady Ashworth's chamber. "I trust Lady Ashworth won't mind," he said, which wasn't really a question, and before Lestrade could object, Holmes had opened the connecting door and stepped through. Lady Ashworth's room was, as one might expect, more elaborate than her husband's, more furniture, more decoration, more of everything. A dressing table bore an array of bottles and brushes, silver-backed mirrors, the accoutrements of feminine maintenance. The bed was pristine, unslept in, its coverlets smooth and undisturbed. "She didn't retire to her own bed last night," Lestrade observed. "No, she waited for her husband, perhaps in the drawing-room or the sitting-room, and when he didn't appear, she—" Holmes trailed off, his attention caught by something on the dressing table. He bent close, examining what appeared to be nothing more than a small scattering of face powder that had dusted the table's surface. His finger traced through it, a gesture that seemed pointless until he held the finger up to the light, examining the residue. "Interesting," he said again, that favourite word of his that could mean anything from genuinely significant to merely curious. They returned through the dressing room to Lord Ashworth's chamber, and Holmes made one final circuit of the space, moving slowly now, his eyes tracking along the baseboards, up the walls, across the ceiling as if he expected to find clues written in the plaster itself. Near the door he paused, knelt, and examined something on the floor that Lestrade couldn't see even when he moved closer to look. "Mud?" Holmes said, straightening. "Just a trace, already dried. From a boot heel, I'd say, pressed into the carpet fibres. Not Lord Ashworth's. The pattern is wrong, and the mud itself contains clay with a distinctive yellow tint. Not from London soil at all, or at least not from anywhere near Belgravia." Lestrade felt a small flutter of excitement, the kind that came with actual evidence rather than mere speculation. Someone else was in this room? Oh, almost certainly. Whether they were here last night or earlier yesterday or even days ago, that's harder to say. But someone tracked in mud from some distance away, and they stood right here, near the door, perhaps looking into the room, observing. "A servant?" Lestrade suggested, though even as he said it, he doubted it. Servants in a house like this would have their boots cleaned before entering the upper floors. Possible, but unlikely. The household staff would never allow mud on their footwear, not in the family quarters, and if one had accidentally tracked mud here, it would have been noticed and cleaned immediately. That this remains suggests either it was left very recently, perhaps last night, or it was left somewhere that isn't regularly cleaned, which in a household like this is virtually nowhere. Holmes straightened, dusting his hands together in a gesture of completion, though Lestrade suspected the detective had barely begun his examination. "I'll need to speak with the staff, individually if possible. Servants see everything in houses like this, though they're trained not to notice, which is not at all the same thing." They descended back to the ground floor where Jenkins waited with the patient stillness of his profession. At Holmes's request, he assembled the household staff in the servants' hall, a room Lestrade had never seen in any of his previous visits to fine houses, that world below stairs where the machinery of wealthy household management actually operated. There were 8 of them in total: Jenkins the butler, a housekeeper named Mrs. Crawford who radiated capable authority, 2 maids, one young and nervous, one older and stone-faced, a cook who looked annoyed at being pulled from her domain, Lord Ashworth's valet, a thin man with darting eyes, a footman who stood at attention as if permanently on parade, and a boy who apparently served as general help, and looked absolutely terrified to be in the presence of police. Holmes questioned them with a gentleness that surprised Lestrade, who'd seen the detective be dismissive and sharp with those he considered intellectually inferior. But with servants, Holmes seemed to understand that information flowed more freely through courtesy than intimidation. He asked about routines, about Lord Ashworth's habits, about the previous evening's activities. Has anyone heard anything unusual during the night? Any sounds from Lord Ashworth's study or bedroom? Has anyone seen strangers near the house? Did Lord Ashworth seem troubled lately or mention any concerns? The answers were uniformly negative, or at least uniformly uninformative. No one had heard anything. No strangers had been observed. Lord Ashworth had seemed his usual self, perhaps a touch preoccupied, but he was a busy man with many responsibilities, so that was hardly unusual. It was the valet, a man named Simmons, who provided the only potentially interesting detail, and even then it came almost reluctantly, pulled out by Holmes's persistent but gentle questioning. "There was one thing, sir," Simmons said, his voice hesitant. "Probably nothing, but Lord Ashworth had me prepare his travelling case about a week ago. Said he might need to make a quick trip for business, and wanted to be ready. But then he never went anywhere, never mentioned it again. The case is still packed in the dressing room." "Show me," Holmes said immediately, and they trooped back upstairs, the valet leading the way to a corner of the dressing room where a leather travelling case rested on a stand. Holmes opened it, revealing clothes neatly folded, toiletries arranged with precision, everything one might need for a few days away from home. "But he didn't take it," Lestrade observed. "No, which might mean his departure last night was unplanned, that whatever caused him to leave happened suddenly, without time to pack. Or," Holmes's finger tapped thoughtfully against the leather, "it might mean he never intended to leave at all, that the packed case served some other purpose, a contingency perhaps, or a performance for the benefit of his valet, suggesting a journey that was never meant to happen." Lestrade felt his head beginning to ache, the way it often did when Holmes started spinning theories that seemed to multiply rather than clarify. A man disappeared from his bedroom in the night, leaving behind his slippers and his travelling case, leaving behind a study that showed signs of recent occupation, and a household that heard nothing unusual. It should have been straightforward. Either Lord Ashworth left of his own accord, or he was taken. But Holmes, as always, was suggesting complications, hidden layers, performances and contingencies. "I need air," Lestrade said, aware that his voice sounded slightly strained. "Perhaps a walk around the grounds, see if there's any sign of forced entry or departure through the garden." Holmes waved a hand in casual dismissal, already turning back to examine the bedroom again, apparently unsatisfied with his previous inspection. Yes, you do that. Very proper procedure. I'll remain here a while longer. There are still questions the room hasn't answered." Lestrade descended to the ground floor and let himself out through a side door that led to the small rear garden, grateful for the cold air despite the fog that still clung to everything. The garden was a modest space, perhaps 30 feet square, enclosed by brick walls that separated it from the neighbouring properties. A few sad rose bushes stood along the walls, dormant for winter. A small fountain stood in the centre, dry and silent, and a stone bench sat beneath a bare tree that in summer probably provided pleasant shade. He walked the perimeter, examining the walls by the light of the lantern Jenkins had provided, looking for... what? Signs that someone had climbed in or out. The walls were 8 feet high at least, smooth brick offering no purchase for climbing. The gate that led to the mews behind the house was locked from the inside, its key hanging on a hook in the butler's pantry according to Jenkins. No sign of disturbance, no muddy footprints, no scratches on the walls, no conveniently dropped clues. Just a garden sleeping through winter, fog rolling through it like a living thing, and somewhere above, lamplight in Lord Ashworth's bedroom window, where Holmes no doubt continued his unconventional examination. Lestrade stood for a moment, letting the cold seep into him, trying to order his thoughts. A wealthy man disappears from his locked house in the middle of the night. His wife knows nothing. His servants heard nothing. There's no sign of struggle, no sign of forced entry, no obvious reason for him to leave. It should have been impossible, yet it had undeniably happened. And somewhere in that house, Holmes was probably already forming theories, connecting details that Lestrade had missed, seeing patterns in what seemed like chaos. It was infuriating and invaluable in equal measure. The fog pressed close, dampening sound, and Lestrade pulled his coat tighter. It was going to be a long night, and he suspected an even longer investigation. Somewhere in London, Lord Ashworth was either hiding or being hidden, and finding him would require navigating the treacherous waters of high society, managing Scotland Yard's expectations, and somehow working alongside a detective who treated normal procedure the way a cat treated a ball of yarn, as something to be batted about for amusement before being ultimately ignored. He sighed, his breath making small clouds in the cold air, and headed back inside. There was work to do, notes to compile, reports to write. Morning would come soon enough, and with it the public discovery of Lord Ashworth's disappearance, the questions from superiors, the interest of the press. But for now, in the small hours of the night, there was just fog and gaslight, and the quiet mysteries of a house keeping its secrets close. Morning arrived the way November mornings did in London, reluctantly, as if daylight itself had to fight through layers of fog and coal smoke to reach the city streets. Lestrade had returned to Scotland Yard sometime past 2 in the morning, his notebook full of observations that seemed less significant in the harsh light of the office than they had in the atmospheric gloom of the Ashworth residence. He'd managed perhaps 3 hours of sleep in the chair behind his desk before the Commissioner's secretary had appeared at 7:30, looking far too crisp and alert for such an ungodly hour, to inform him that his presence was requested upstairs. The Commissioner's office was everything Lestrade's was not: spacious, well-appointed, bearing the unmistakable marks of authority and budget. A large window overlooked the Thames, though this morning the view was obscured by fog that turned the river into a grey ghost of itself. The Commissioner himself sat behind a desk that could have accommodated a small dinner party, his expression conveying the particular displeasure of a man who'd been roused from his own bed by urgent telegrams. "Lord Ashworth," the Commissioner said without preamble. "Tell me we're close to finding him, Lestrade." "We're pursuing several lines of inquiry, sir," Lestrade replied, which was the truth even if it wasn't particularly informative. "Mr. Sherlock Holmes has been brought into the investigation at Lady Ashworth's request." "Holmes?" The Commissioner's tone suggested he'd just detected something unpleasant on the bottom of his shoe. "The consulting detective, the one who makes us look like incompetent fools in the newspapers whenever he solves something we've been working on for weeks. He does get results, sir. Yes, well, see that he gets them quickly and quietly this time. Lord Ashworth sits on the boards of 3 major banks. His disappearance, should it become public knowledge, could cause significant economic disruption. Markets are nervous enough as it is without wealthy bankers vanishing from their beds." The Commissioner leaned back, the leather of his chair creaking softly. "What's your assessment? Foul play or voluntary departure?" It was the question Lestrade had been asking himself through the long night hours, turning it over like a stone that might reveal something significant underneath. "Too early to say definitively, sir. There's no evidence of struggle or forced entry, but equally there's no clear indication of why Lord Ashworth would leave voluntarily. His business affairs appear to be in order, no obvious debts or scandals, no history of erratic behaviour." "Mistress?" the Commissioner asked bluntly. "We're looking into it, but discreetly. Lady Ashworth seems genuinely distraught, and I'm inclined to believe her when she says her husband gave no indication anything was wrong." The Commissioner nodded slowly, his fingers drumming on the desk in a rhythm that suggested impatience poorly contained. "Keep me informed, hourly reports until this is resolved, and Lestrade, manage Holmes, don't let him run roughshod over proper procedure. The last thing we need is for this investigation to become a circus." Lestrade left with the Commissioner's expectations weighing on him like a physical burden, adding to the lack of sleep and the growing sense that this case was going to be more complicated than a simple disappearance. He returned to the Ashworth residence just before 9, arriving to find the household transformed by daylight from the shadowy, gaslit space of the previous night into something more mundane, more ordinarily wealthy. The fog had thinned slightly, allowing weak sunlight to filter through windows that, in darkness, had seemed mysterious, but now simply revealed expensive furnishings and well-maintained rooms. Holmes was in the breakfast room, much to Lestrade's surprise, sitting at the table with a cup of coffee before him, and a newspaper spread out that he appeared to be reading with genuine interest. He'd clearly not returned to Baker Street at all. His suit was rumpled, his collar slightly askew, and there was a smudge of what might have been dust or ash on one cuff. Yet he seemed perfectly alert, his grey eyes sharp as they flicked up to meet Lestrade's as the inspector entered. "Ah, Lestrade, I trust the Commissioner expressed the appropriate level of bureaucratic anxiety. Nothing motivates Scotland Yard quite like the fear of embarrassing questions in Parliament." "He wants results," Lestrade said shortly, helping himself to coffee from the sideboard, where a selection of breakfast items had been laid out by servants, who apparently continued their duties regardless of household crisis. Preferably quick and quiet ones. Naturally, the wealthy do not like disruption to their routines. Holmes folded the newspaper and pushed it aside. I've spent the past few hours in Lord Ashworth's study going through his correspondence more thoroughly. Fascinating reading, actually. The man was involved in some rather complex financial arrangements, loans to shipping companies, investments in railway expansion, various property holdings, all perfectly legitimate, but layered with the kind of complexity that makes one wonder if the complexity itself serves a purpose. Lestrade took a seat across from Holmes, cradling the coffee cup between his hands and letting its warmth seep into fingers that still felt chilled from the morning's fog. You're suggesting financial impropriety? I'm suggesting that Lord Ashworth's business affairs were considerably more intricate than one might expect for a simple banker, even a wealthy one. There are letters from solicitors regarding property transactions in districts where gentlemen of Lord Ashworth's standing typically don't invest, references to accounts held under what appear to be assumed names or shell companies. Nothing definitively illegal, mind you, but certainly creative. This was unwelcome news. Financial crimes, if that's what Holmes was hinting at, meant involving specialists, meant combing through ledgers and accounts, meant the kind of investigation that could drag on for months while the Commissioner's impatience grew exponentially. Lestrade felt the headache from last night returning, taking up residence behind his eyes with the familiarity of an unwelcome houseguest. You think he ran, Lestrade said. Got wind that someone was looking into his business dealings, decided to disappear before questions became accusations. It's a possibility, though if so, he left behind a remarkable amount of evidence for an allegedly clever banker trying to cover his tracks. More coffee? Holmes had risen and moved to the sideboard, refilling his own cup with the casual comfort of someone in his own home. Lady Ashworth appeared in the doorway, and both men rose automatically, the ingrained manners of their respective upbringings overriding the informality of the investigative moment. She looked, if possible, more exhausted than she had the previous night. Her dress was different. A morning gown of dove grey that seemed calculated to suggest morning without committing to it. But her face bore the marks of a sleepless night, her eyes shadowed and her skin pale beneath whatever powder she had applied. "Gentlemen," she said, her voice steady despite her appearance. Is there any news?" "We're making progress in understanding your husband's recent activities," Holmes said, which was technically true while being practically useless. "Lady Ashworth, I wonder if I might ask you some questions about your husband's business concerns. You mentioned last night that he didn't often discuss such matters with you, but surely you must have gleaned something over the years of your marriage." She moved into the room, settling into a chair with the careful movements of someone whose composure required constant maintenance. Edward kept his business and home life quite separate. He felt it was... She paused, seeming to search for the right word. "Inappropriate to burden me with concerns about banking and investments." Of course he did, Lestrade thought. That was how it worked in households like this. The careful division of spheres, men managing the public world of commerce and politics, while women managed the private world of home and family. Separate but unequal, regardless of what society liked to pretend. "But you must have formed impressions," Holmes pressed gently. "Was he worried lately? Distracted? Did he receive visitors who seemed unusual, or make trips that struck you as out of character?" Lady Ashworth's hands twisted together in her lap. The first time Lestrade had seen her elegant composure crack into something more revealing of actual distress. He was preoccupied, yes, more so than usual over the past few weeks. He spent longer hours in his study, sometimes coming to bed well past midnight. When I asked if something was troubling him, he would simply say it was business matters, nothing I needed to concern myself with. A note of bitterness entered her voice. He was always very good at assuring me I needn't concern myself with anything outside the management of the household. "Visitors?" Holmes prompted. "No one is unusual. His colleagues from the bank occasionally, though such meetings typically occurred at his club or his office, not here. This is his sanctuary, he always said, his place of refuge from the demands of the financial world. And yet he worked here, Holmes observed, late into the night, managing those same financial demands from the very space that was supposed to be his refuge. Interesting paradox, that." Lestrade could see Lady Ashworth struggling with something, some piece of information she was uncertain about sharing. He'd seen that expression countless times in countless interviews. The moment when someone had to decide between loyalty and honesty, between protecting someone and pursuing truth. "There was something," she finally said, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper. "About 2 weeks ago, Edward received a telegram. I happened to be passing through the entrance hall when Jenkins brought it to him, and I saw his face when he read it. He went absolutely white, Inspector, pale as death. He stood there for what felt like minutes, just staring at that telegram, and then he crumpled it and put it in his pocket and went directly to his study without a word. He was in there for hours, and when he emerged, he looked—" She trailed off, shaking her head. "Haunted, that's the only word for it. He looked haunted." Holmes leaned forward slightly, his attention suddenly laser-focused. "Do you know what became of that telegram? Did you see what it said?" "No. Edward was always very careful about his correspondence. I assumed it was destroyed, burned with other papers in his study fireplace." "But you didn't actually see him destroy it," Holmes said. "No." Holmes rose abruptly, the sudden movement making Lady Ashworth flinch slightly. "If you'll excuse me, I need to examine the study again. Lestrade, perhaps you could continue speaking with Lady Ashworth about the household's routines over the past few weeks. Any deviation from normal patterns, no matter how minor." And he was gone, striding out of the breakfast room with the single-minded intensity that characterized his investigation style. Lestrade suppressed a sigh and withdrew his notebook, preparing to conduct the kind of methodical, thorough interview that Holmes apparently found too tedious to bother with. For the next hour, he questioned Lady Ashworth about every detail she could remember of the preceding weeks. Lord Ashworth's comings and goings, changes in his mood or behaviour, visitors to the house, correspondence received, anything that might provide a clue to either his state of mind or his current whereabouts. She answered patiently, though her exhaustion was evident, struggling to recall details that in the moment had seemed unremarkable, but might now prove significant. No, Lord Ashworth hadn't mentioned any travel plans beyond the vague business trip that his valet had prepared for. Yes, he'd continued his usual routine of attending his club on Tuesday and Thursday evenings. No, there hadn't been any arguments or disagreements between them, no tension in the household beyond the general preoccupation that came with his increased work demands. Yes, he'd seemed to be eating normally, sleeping normally, maintaining his usual habits despite whatever was weighing on his mind. It was the kind of information that filled notebook pages without actually illuminating anything, the accumulated detail that might prove crucial in retrospect but seemed frustratingly mundane in the moment. Lestrade wrote it all down anyway, because that's what proper investigation required. The patient documentation of facts, building a foundation of verified information on which theories could be carefully constructed. Jenkins appeared in the doorway, his expression suggesting something unusual had occurred. "Inspector, Mr. Holmes requests your presence in the study immediately. He says he's found something significant." Lestrade climbed the stairs with Lady Ashworth following, both of them drawn by the promise of actual progress, actual discovery. They found Holmes standing before the fireplace in Lord Ashworth's study, the grate now empty of even the ash that had been there the previous night. The detective was holding what appeared to be a small leather notebook, its cover stained and its pages slightly charred. It was hidden behind a loose brick in the back of the fireplace, Holmes announced with evident satisfaction. Pushed far enough back that it survived the fire that was meant to destroy it, though only just. The edges are burned, some pages are unreadable, but enough remains to be rather illuminating. He opened the notebook to a page near the middle, handling it carefully as the damaged binding threatened to shed loose leaves. It's a record of transactions, though not the kind that appear in Lord Ashworth's official ledgers. Payments made to various individuals, identified only by initials or single names, amounts that range from modest to quite substantial, and dates. The most recent entry is from 3 days ago. Blackmail, Lestrade said immediately. Someone was blackmailing Lord Ashworth. That would certainly be the obvious interpretation, Holmes agreed. A man making regular payments to mysterious individuals, keeping a secret record hidden in his fireplace, attempting to destroy that record when matters came to a head. Classic pattern. "But you don't think so?" Lestrade said, recognizing the tone in Holmes's voice that suggested he was about to complicate what seemed like a straightforward conclusion. "I think it's more complex than simple blackmail. Look at the amounts. They increase over time, but not dramatically. A blackmailer typically becomes greedier as they sense their victim's desperation. These payments are almost methodical, regular, like a salary or a retainer rather than extortion. Lady Ashworth had gone very pale, one hand gripping the back of a chair for support. "What are you saying? That Edward was paying someone for what?" "That," Holmes said, closing the notebook carefully, "is precisely what we need to determine. But I suspect when we find the answer, we'll also find your husband." The morning light filtering through the study windows had strengthened, burning off some of the fog, revealing the city beyond in all its soot-stained, bustling glory. From this height, Lestrade could see the rooftops of neighbouring houses, the streets where vendors were setting up their carts, the endless movement of a city going about its business, indifferent to the small drama of one missing banker. But the city wasn't indifferent, not really, because Lord Ashworth was part of the intricate web that held London together, the financial networks and social connections that made everything function. His disappearance would ripple outward, touching lives and institutions in ways both obvious and subtle. Already, Lestrade knew there would be questions being asked in banking offices, worried conversations in gentlemen's clubs, speculation beginning to spread like smoke through the corridors where money and power intersected. "I need to speak with Lord Ashworth's business associates," Lestrade said, thinking aloud. "His partners at the bank, his fellow board members. Someone must know more about his recent concerns, his financial dealings." "Yes, do that," Holmes said absently, already absorbed in examining other papers from the desk, holding them up to the light as if they might reveal secrets through their very fibre. "I'll remain here. Continue going through his documents. There's a pattern here, Lestrade. I can feel it. These transactions, the telegram that frightened him, his packed travelling case that was never used, they're all connected, pieces of a puzzle that will make perfect sense once we find the right perspective." Lestrade nodded, though he suspected Holmes's idea of perfect sense and his own would prove to be quite different. He turned to Lady Ashworth, who still stood pale and shaken, processing the revelation that her husband had been involved in mysterious financial transactions she'd known nothing about. "I'll need the names of your husband's closest business associates," he said gently. "Anyone he met with regularly, anyone he might have confided in about concerns or difficulties." She nodded mechanically, moving to the desk to write out names with a hand that trembled slightly. As she wrote, Lestrade found himself studying her, trying to determine whether her shock was genuine or performed. In cases like this, the spouse was always a consideration. How much had Lady Ashworth really known about her husband's affairs? Had their separation of spheres been as complete as she claimed? Or had she been more aware of his secrets than she was willing to admit? But looking at her now, at the way her composure was fragmenting, at the genuine bewilderment in her eyes, Lestrade found himself believing her ignorance was real. She'd been kept in the dark, perhaps deliberately, perhaps simply by the casual exclusion that characterized marriages of this class, where men's business was considered too complex or too troubling for feminine sensibilities. She handed him the list. 5 names, each followed by an address, either at banking offices or private clubs. Lestrade folded it carefully and tucked it into his notebook. "Thank you, Lady Ashworth. I know. This is difficult." "Find him, Inspector," she said, and her voice cracked slightly on the words, the first time he'd heard her facade truly break. "Whatever he's done, whatever trouble he's in, just find him. Please." "We will," Lestrade promised, though even as he said it, he wondered if that was a promise he could keep. Because the more they learned about Lord Ashworth, the more mysterious he became. Not just a missing man, but a man with secrets, with hidden transactions and frightening telegrams, with a life that apparently extended well beyond the respectable boundaries of his position. Holmes was still absorbed in his examination of papers, murmuring to himself occasionally, making notes in his own private shorthand that no one else could read. He'd entered that state of focused concentration where the world around him ceased to exist, where nothing mattered except the puzzle before him and the various possibilities his restless mind was constructing and discarding and reconstructing. Lestrade left him to it, descending once more to the entrance hall where Jenkins waited with his coat and hat, both brushed and ready as if Lestrade's departure had been anticipated and prepared for. The efficiency of a well-run household, continuing even in crisis, maintaining standards even when the master had vanished. Outside, the fog had indeed thinned, though the air still carried its damp chill and the sky remained that particular grey that suggested London's autumn had fully arrived. Lestrade stood on the front steps for a moment, breathing in the cold smoke and horse dung and 1,000 other scents that made up the city's atmosphere, trying to clear his head to organise his thoughts for the interviews ahead. A man disappeared. A notebook hidden and nearly destroyed suggested secrets. A telegram had frightened him badly enough that his wife noticed. Regular payments to mysterious individuals hinted at connections beyond the respectable world of banking and investment. The pieces were there, Lestrade thought. Somewhere in all of this was a story that made sense, a logical progression from cause to effect that would explain not just where Lord Ashworth had gone, but why. The trick was finding that story, separating truth from speculation, fact from assumption. He descended to the street, hailed a cab, and gave the driver the address of Lord Ashworth's primary bank. Time to start asking questions in the world where Lord Ashworth had wielded power and influence, to see what stories the financial district might tell about one of its own. Behind him, in the study on the second floor, Holmes continued his examination of papers, his mind working through possibilities at speeds Lestrade could barely imagine. Two different approaches to the same mystery, one methodical and procedural, one intuitive and unconventional. Between them, perhaps, lay the truth they were both seeking. The cab pulled away from the curb, merging into the flow of morning traffic, and Lestrade settled back against the worn leather seat, his notebook ready, his questions prepared, his determination to solve this case hardening with each passing moment. Somewhere in this vast, fog-shrouded city, Lord Ashworth was either hiding or being hidden, and Lestrade would find him, by procedure and patience, by the accumulated weight of documented facts, by doing the work that needed doing regardless of how tedious or time-consuming. The morning stretched ahead, full of interviews and investigations, and behind it loomed the pressure of the Commissioner's expectations, the public interest that would soon turn this private disappearance into a public scandal. But for now there was just the work itself, the slow building of understanding, the patient pursuit of truth through the fog and smoke and secrets of London. The financial district of London possessed its own particular atmosphere, distinct from the residential elegance of Belgravia or the crowded chaos of the East End. Here, the buildings stood tall and sober, constructed of stone that spoke of permanence and reliability, their facades adorned with columns and cornices that suggested classical virtues, wisdom, stability, trustworthiness. The streets were cleaner here, swept regularly by men whose employment depended on maintaining an environment suitable for the movement of money and those who managed it. Even the fog seemed less oppressive, as if it too recognised the importance of clarity in a district where fortunes were made and lost on the strength of information and perception. Lestrade's cab deposited him before the imposing entrance of Ashworth, Pemberton and Hayes, a banking house whose name appeared in gold lettering above doors of polished mahogany. The building was 4 stories of grey stone, its windows tall and narrow, reflecting the weak morning sunlight in ways that made them look like watchful eyes observing the street below. A doorman in livery stood at attention, his bearing suggesting military service in his past, now applied to the protection of capital rather than country. Inside, the bank's entrance hall continued the theme of solid respectability. Marble floors, their surface polished to mirror brightness, stretched toward a series of teller windows where clerks worked with the quiet efficiency of men who handled other people's money with appropriate reverence. The air smelled of ink and paper, of wood polish, and the faint mustiness of ledgers that recorded decades of transactions. A chandelier hung overhead, its crystal prisms catching light and scattering it across walls panelled in dark wood that gleamed with care. Lestrade presented his credentials to a clerk who examined them with the thoroughness of someone trained to verify every detail, then disappeared through a door marked private to announce the inspector's arrival. The wait was brief, but carefully calculated, long enough to establish that one did not simply walk in and demand immediate audience, with senior partners short enough to avoid actual discourtesy toward a representative of Scotland Yard. The clerk returned and gestured for Lestrade to follow him through corridors that grew progressively more luxurious as they moved deeper into the building. Here, away from the public spaces, the bank revealed its true nature. Not just a place of business, but a temple to wealth itself, where those who managed vast sums were afforded surroundings that reflected the importance of their work. Portraits of previous partners lined the walls, stern-faced men in outdated fashion staring out with expressions that suggested they'd taken their responsibilities with appropriate gravity. He was shown into an office on the 3rd floor, a room that managed to be both spacious and somehow oppressive, its walls lined with shelves bearing leather-bound volumes that were probably never read, but served to suggest erudition and careful study. Behind a desk of impressive proportions sat a man who introduced himself as Mr. Edward Pemberton, senior partner, his voice carrying the peculiar blend of courtesy and condescension that characterized those accustomed to authority. Pemberton was perhaps 60, his hair silver and carefully groomed, his suit cut with precision that spoke of expensive tailoring. His face was composed in an expression of concern that seemed genuine enough, though Lestrade had learned long ago that sincerity was difficult to judge in men whose profession required convincing others to trust them with money. "Inspector Lestrade," Pemberton said, rising briefly in acknowledgement before settling back into his chair with the air of someone granting audience. "Your message indicates this concerns Lord Ashworth. I must say, I'm surprised to receive a visit from Scotland Yard regarding one of our partners. I trust there's no suggestion of impropriety." "Lord Ashworth is missing," Lestrade said directly, seeing no benefit in dancing around the matter. "He disappeared from his home sometime during the night before last. His family is concerned, and we're attempting to locate him." Pemberton's expression shifted through several emotions in quick succession: surprise, concern, and something else that Lestrade couldn't quite identify. Calculation, perhaps. The rapid mental adjustment of someone reassessing a situation based on new information. Missing? But that's... Edward is not the sort of man who simply disappears, Inspector. He's methodical, responsible. One of the most reliable partners this firm has ever had. Yet he appears to have done exactly that, Lestrade said, withdrawing his notebook. "I'm hoping you can shed some light on his recent state of mind, his business concerns." Lady Ashworth indicated he'd been preoccupied of late, working longer hours than usual. Was there anything in his professional affairs that might have been troubling him? Pemberton's fingers drummed on his desk, a gesture that seemed unconscious, betraying nervousness, beneath his composed exterior. "Banking is always complex, Inspector. There are always concerns, always situations requiring attention. But nothing that would cause Edward to disappear, if that's what you're suggesting." "I'm not suggesting anything," Lestrade said mildly. "I'm simply trying to understand Lord Ashworth's circumstances in the days before his disappearance. For instance, had he mentioned any threats, any conflicts with business associates or clients?" "Threats? Good God, no. This is banking, Inspector, not some criminal enterprise. We deal in loans and investments, in the orderly transfer of capital. The worst conflict one typically encounters is a disagreement over interest rates." Yet even as Pemberton said this, Lestrade detected hesitation, a slight pause before the words that suggested he was choosing his response carefully rather than simply answering honestly. It was a tell he'd learned to recognize over years of interviewing people who had reasons to shade truth into something more convenient. "Mr. Pemberton," Lestrade said, his voice taking on a firmer edge, "Lord Ashworth has disappeared under circumstances that remain unexplained. His wife is distraught, and Scotland Yard has been tasked with finding him as quickly as possible. I would appreciate your complete cooperation, which means complete honesty. If there were aspects of Lord Ashworth's business affairs that might be relevant to his disappearance, I need to know about them." Pemberton met his gaze for a long moment, and Lestrade could see the internal calculation happening, weighing loyalty against prudence, professional discretion against the reality of police investigation. Finally, something in his expression shifted, a kind of resignation settling over his features. "There was a matter," Pemberton said slowly, "involving some investments Edward had made on behalf of certain clients. Nothing illegal, you understand, but perhaps less conservative than our firm typically recommends. Railway speculation primarily, the expansion into the Northern Territories. And these investments went badly? Not badly, precisely. But there were delays, complications. Some of the promised returns failed to materialize on schedule. The clients began asking questions, becoming concerned about their capital." Lestrade made notes, his pen scratching across the page with steady rhythm. "How much money are we discussing?" "Substantial sums, tens of thousands of pounds, spread across perhaps a dozen investors." "And Lord Ashworth was personally responsible for these investments?" "He recommended them, yes. Stood behind them with his reputation and the firm's credibility." Pemberton shifted in his chair, clearly uncomfortable with the direction of the conversation. "You must understand, Inspector, this sort of thing isn't unusual in our business. Investments carry risk. Sometimes those risks materialize. It's unfortunate, but it's the nature of capital markets." Yet it worried Lord Ashworth enough that he was working longer hours, appearing preoccupied and troubled. Perhaps I couldn't say with certainty what was occupying his thoughts. Lestrade let silence stretch between them. A technique he'd learned was often more effective than additional questions. People became uncomfortable with silence, felt compelled to fill it, often revealing more than they intended in their rush to end the quiet. Pemberton proved susceptible to this. After perhaps 30 seconds, he cleared his throat and continued. There was also the matter of one particular client, Lord Wickham, a peer with substantial holdings, very traditional in his approach to investment. He'd trusted Edward with a significant portion of his capital, and when the railway returns were delayed, he became vocal in his displeasure, threatened to withdraw all his business from the firm to speak to other members of his club about his concerns. You understand what that would mean. Reputation is everything in our profession. Once questions begin circulating, once doubt is introduced, it spreads like contagion. Did Lord Wickham threaten Lord Ashworth directly? I wasn't present for their conversations, but I understand words were exchanged. Edward seemed quite shaken after meeting with Wickham about 3 weeks ago. Mentioned something about the peer making insinuations about professional competence, about fitness to manage other people's money. This, Lestrade thought, was the kind of pressure that could drive a man to desperate measures. Not physical danger, perhaps, but the threat of professional ruin, of social disgrace, of losing everything that gave meaning to an existence built on reputation and status. For men of Lord Ashworth's class, such destruction could be as final as death, perhaps more so, because it had to be lived through rather than escaped. "I'll need Lord Wickham's address," Lestrade said, "and the names of the other clients who invested in these railways. Anyone who might have had words with Lord Ashworth, anyone who expressed particular concern or anger." Pemberton provided the information with obvious reluctance, his clerk being summoned to copy out names and addresses from the firm's records. While they waited, Lestrade asked additional questions about Lord Ashworth's typical schedule, his habits and routines, and any changes in his behaviour beyond the increased work hours. He'd been taking longer lunches, Pemberton offered after some thought. Usually he'd have lunch at his club or have something brought in here, but over the past few weeks he'd been going out for 2, sometimes 3 hours at midday, never said where. I assumed he was meeting with clients, trying to smooth over concerns about the investments. But you don't know that for certain. No, Edward was private about some aspects of his affairs. We've been partners for 15 years, Inspector, but there were always parts of his business he kept separate, handled independently. I assumed it was personal investments, matters he preferred to manage without the firm's involvement. Not unusual for someone in his position. The clerk returned with a list of names written in precise copperplate script, and Lestrade tucked it into his notebook alongside the other accumulated information. He asked a few more questions, about Lord Ashworth's relationships with other partners, about any recent changes in the firm's circumstances, but learned nothing that seemed immediately relevant. Pemberton was cooperative enough now that he'd overcome his initial reluctance, but Lestrade sensed there were still things being held back, details the banker considered too sensitive or potentially damaging to share. As Lestrade prepared to leave, Pemberton spoke again, his voice dropping to something almost confidential. "Inspector, I hope you'll be discreet in your inquiries. Banking depends on confidence, on the perception of stability and reliability. If word spreads that one of our senior partners has disappeared under mysterious circumstances, it could cause significant concern among our clients, panic even. People are already nervous about the markets, about political stability. This kind of news could trigger withdrawals, could destabilize accounts. I understand your concern," Lestrade said, "but my priority is finding Lord Ashworth. I'll be as discreet as circumstances allow, but I can't promise to protect the bank's reputation at the expense of a thorough investigation." Pemberton nodded, though his expression suggested he found this answer less than satisfactory. "Of course. I simply ask that you remember the broader implications. Edward's disappearance affects more than just his family. There are hundreds of people whose financial security depends on this firm's stability." Outside, the midday streets of the financial district bustled with activity. clerks hurrying between offices bearing documents, messengers delivering correspondence, gentlemen in fine coats moving between banks and exchanges, and the coffee houses where business was conducted over cups of imported Brazilian beans. The whole elaborate machinery of London's economic life, turning and churning, indifferent to the absence of one banker, no matter how senior. Lestrade consulted his list, identifying Lord Wykeham's address, a club in Pall Mall, where the peer apparently spent most of his daylight hours when not attending to his estates. It was barely past noon, early for a social call, but late enough that the club would be open and occupied by those leisure gentlemen whose days consisted primarily of reading newspapers, discussing politics, and complaining about the modern world's decline from some imagined golden age of their youth. The cab ride took him westward, away from the financial district's sober respectability toward the realm of clubs and privilege where membership was inherited rather than earned, where one's background mattered more than one's accomplishments. Lestrade had never been comfortable in such spaces. They reminded him too forcefully of the rigid class distinctions that governed English life, of the invisible walls that separated those born to advantage from those who had to work for everything they achieved. The club, the Marlborough, according to the discreet brass plaque beside its entrance, occupied a Georgian building whose exterior suggested restraint, while its interior revealed luxury. Lestrade was admitted only after his credentials were examined, and his purpose explained to a porter whose bearing suggested he considered police inspectors to be only marginally more acceptable than tradesmen delivering through the front door. Lord Wykham was located in the reading room, a vast space where leather chairs and sofas were arranged in islands of masculine comfort, each with its own lamp and side table for drinks. The peer himself was a man of perhaps 70, his considerable bulk spread across a chair that seemed barely adequate to contain him, his face ruddy beneath white hair and impressive side whiskers. He held a newspaper but wasn't reading it. Instead, he stared into the middle distance with the expression of someone nursing grievances that had calcified into permanent dissatisfaction. Lord Wykham? Lestrade approached with his credentials ready, aware that several other club members were watching with the barely concealed curiosity of men whose days lacked sufficient excitement. Inspector Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I wonder if I might have a word about Lord Ashworth. The effect of the name was immediate and dramatic. Wykeham's face, already ruddy, darkened further, and he lowered his newspaper with a snap that suggested violence barely contained. Ashworth, that charlatan, that confident man masquerading as a banker. If he sent you here to intimidate me, Inspector, I can assure you I'm not so easily cowed. I've already instructed my solicitors to begin proceedings, and no amount of official pressure will change my mind. Lestrade blinked, momentarily thrown by the vehemence. I'm not here on Lord Ashworth's behalf, sir. I'm here because he's missing. He disappeared from his home 2 nights ago under circumstances that remain unexplained. This information seemed to catch Wykham off guard. His expression shifted from anger to confusion, then to something that might have been satisfaction. Missing, is he? Well, perhaps he's done the decent thing and removed himself before the full extent of his incompetence becomes public. Save everyone the embarrassment of a trial. You had a dispute with Lord Ashworth regarding investments? Dispute. Wykeham's voice rose enough that heads turned throughout the reading room, though no one was gauche enough to stare openly. The man lost £20,000 of my money on railway speculation. 20,000. Money I'd entrusted to him based on representations that he was a careful, conservative investor. Instead, he put it into schemes that any fool could see were overextended, undercapitalized nonsense designed to separate gullible investors from their capital. When did you last speak with Lord Ashworth about this matter? 3 weeks ago, I summoned him here to this club and informed him in no uncertain terms that I expected my capital returned in full, with interest for the delays and inconvenience. He had the audacity to suggest I was being unreasonable, that investments carry risk, that I'd been informed of the potential returns along with the potential complications. Wykeham's hands clenched on the newspaper, crumpling it, as if I needed a lecture on investment risk from the man who'd lost my money. And how did Lord Ashworth respond to your demands? He promised to look into the matter, to see what could be recovered from the railway company. Typical banker evasiveness, promising nothing while suggesting everything might be resolved if I'd simply be patient. Well, I've been patient. I've been patient for months while my capital sits locked up in failed speculation. My patience is exhausted, Inspector. Lestrade made notes, conscious of the attention their conversation was drawing despite the club's veneer of disinterest. "Did Lord Ashworth seem concerned by your threats of legal action?" "Concerned?" "He looked terrified, Inspector. White as a sheet. I told him I'd make sure everyone in London's financial circles knew what had happened and knew that he couldn't be trusted with other people's money. That seemed to affect him more than the threat of legal proceedings. These banking types care more about their reputations than they do about actual justice." "Did he say anything that suggested he might be planning to leave London, to disappear?" Wickham's expression suggested the question struck him as absurd. "A man of Ashworth's position doesn't simply disappear, Inspector. He has obligations, responsibilities, unless—" The peer paused, a new thought clearly occurring. "Unless he's absconded with the money, gone abroad where English law can't reach him? Is that what's happened? Has he taken everyone's investments and fled to the continent?" "We don't know what's happened," Lestrade said firmly. "That's why I'm conducting these inquiries. Did Lord Ashworth give any indication he was planning such a thing?" "He gave every indication of being a man under considerable pressure," Wickham said. "Sweating despite the cold, hands shaking when he poured himself brandy from that decanter there. Kept checking his pocket watch as if he had somewhere more important to be. I assumed he was simply uncomfortable being confronted with the consequences of his poor judgment. Now you tell me he's vanished." The peer leaned back, his expression thoughtful. "Perhaps I underestimated how desperate he'd become." Lestrade asked several more questions, but learned little additional information. Wickham's grievance was genuine enough, and his anger at Lord Ashworth's handling of his investments was clearly not exaggerated. But whether that anger was sufficient to drive Ashworth to flee, or whether something more sinister had occurred, remained unclear. As Lestrade prepared to leave, Wickham spoke again, his voice carrying a note of grim satisfaction. "Inspector, when you find Ashworth, and I trust you will, I want you to know I intend to pursue my legal remedies regardless of what personal difficulties he may be experiencing. Sympathy is all well and good, but £20,000 is £20,000. Outside the club, Lestrade stood for a moment in the weak afternoon sunlight, organising his thoughts. The picture of Lord Ashworth that was emerging from these interviews was troubling. A man under considerable professional pressure, facing potential ruin of his reputation, making mysterious payments to unknown individuals, frightened by a telegram whose contents remained unknown. The kind of man who might indeed decide that disappearing was preferable to facing the consequences of failed investments and angry clients. But something about the theory didn't quite fit. If Lord Ashworth had planned to abscond, why leave behind the packed travelling case? Why not take steps to secure funds, to arrange passage abroad, to prepare for a life in exile? The disappearance had all the marks of something sudden and unplanned, yet the evidence suggested Ashworth had been under pressure for weeks and had had ample time to make preparations if flight was his intention. Lestrade consulted his pocket watch. Nearly 2 o'clock. He should return to the Ashworth residence, compare notes with Holmes, and see what the detective had learned from his continued examination of documents. The afternoon was advancing, and with it the pressure to produce results, to offer some explanation for Lord Ashworth's disappearance before the matter became public knowledge, and the investigation infinitely more complicated. He hailed another cab, settling into its worn interior with the familiar ache of fatigue behind his eyes. Too little sleep, too many questions, too much pressure from all directions. But this was the work. This was what he'd signed on for when he joined Scotland Yard. The patient pursuit of truth through fog and confusion, through the lies people told and the secrets they kept, through the complex maze of human motivation and circumstance. The cab moved through streets that were growing busier as afternoon commerce reached its peak, and Lestrade watched London pass by his window. That vast, intricate city where millions of individual lives intersected and collided, where fortunes were made and lost, where people disappeared and sometimes were never found. But not this time, he told himself. Not Lord Ashworth. This case would be solved, the mystery unravelled, the truth discovered and documented. It was simply a matter of time, of persistence, of following procedure until the accumulated facts pointed inevitably toward answers. He hoped he believed it. The afternoon light had taken on that peculiar golden quality that sometimes appeared in London during November, when the sun managed to break through the perpetual haze of coal smoke and fog to cast everything in a warm, almost nostalgic glow. It was deceptive, that light. It made the city look beautiful, made its grimy streets and soot-stained buildings seem almost romantic, as if one were viewing them through the softening lens of memory rather than present reality. Lestrade had learned not to trust such moments. They never lasted, and beneath the golden veneer, London remained what it always was, vast, unforgiving, and full of secrets. The cab deposited him back at the Ashworth residence just past 3 o'clock, and he found the house changed yet again by the quality of light. What had seemed oppressive and shadowy in the fog-wrapped night now appeared merely elegant, its proportions pleasing, its furnishings tasteful rather than ostentatious. Even the portraits in the entrance hall seemed less stern, their painted eyes following him with curiosity rather than judgment, as he made his way toward the study where Holmes presumably still laboured over documents and deductions. But the study was empty when Lestrade arrived, its papers now organised into neat stacks that suggested Holmes had completed some kind of cataloguing process. A note lay on the desk, written in the detective's spidery handwriting. Gone to investigate the premises more thoroughly. The house has stories to tell beyond what's in these papers. S.E.H. Lestrade sighed, recognising this as typical Holmes, abandoning one line of inquiry the moment something else caught his interest, following intuition rather than systematic procedure. He settled into Lord Ashworth's chair, intending to review the organised papers himself, to see if his more methodical approach might reveal connections Holmes had missed. The documents were indeed carefully arranged, correspondence separated by sender, financial records organised by date, personal papers grouped by type. Holmes had even labelled each stack with small slips of paper: railway investments, property holdings, personal banking, club correspondence, miscellaneous. It was uncharacteristically organised for Holmes, which suggested the detective had found patterns significant enough to warrant careful documentation. Lestrade began with the railway correspondence, since that had emerged as a significant source of pressure from his conversation with Pemberton and Lord Wickham. The letters painted a picture of increasing concern, early communications full of optimism about expansion and projected returns, gradually giving way to more guarded language about temporary delays and unforeseen complications. By the most recent letters, dated just a week before Lord Ashworth's disappearance, the tone had become almost desperate, with railway company officials essentially admitting that promised returns would not materialise for the foreseeable future, if ever. No wonder Lord Ashworth had been worried. He'd staked his professional reputation on these investments, had convinced wealthy clients to trust him with substantial sums, and now faced the prospect of those investments proving worthless. For a man whose entire identity was built on reliability and sound judgment, this must have been devastating. But what caught Lestrade's attention was a separate sheaf of papers Holmes had marked unknown entity. These were letters from someone who signed themselves only as J.M. No full name, no return address beyond General Post Charing Cross. The content was cryptic, almost coded, but the general tenor was clear enough. J.M. was providing some kind of service to Lord Ashworth, and the letters were acknowledgements of payments received along with vague references to matters proceeding satisfactorily and information as discussed. The most recent letter from J.M., dated 5 days before the disappearance, was more specific. Your concerns are noted. The matter you inquired about has been investigated thoroughly. I will have a full report for you at our usual meeting place on the 4th. The news is not what you hoped for, I fear. J.M. The 4th. That was the day before Lord Ashworth disappeared. Had he met with this mysterious J.M.? Had he received a report that contained information devastating enough to cause him to flee? Lestrade was still pondering this when Holmes entered the study, and the detective's appearance suggested he'd been engaged in a rather physical investigation. There was dust on his jacket, cobwebs in his hair, and a smudge of what might have been ash or soot on his cheek. But his eyes were bright with the particular satisfaction that came from discovering something significant. "Ah, Lestrade. Good timing. I found something rather interesting in the cellar. Come, I'll show you." Lestrade followed Holmes down through the house, past the kitchen where servants were beginning preparations for the evening meal through a door that led to stone steps descending into darkness. Holmes had acquired a lantern from somewhere, and its light cast dancing shadows on brick walls as they descended into the cool dampness of the cellar. The space was divided into several rooms, A wine cellar, properly speaking, with racks holding dusty bottles that probably represented more value than Lestrade earned in a year. A coal storage area, and a third room that appeared to serve as general storage for items the household no longer needed but couldn't quite bring itself to discard. It was to this last room that Holmes led him. "Look at the floor," Holmes said, holding the lantern low. "Notice anything unusual?" Lestrade peered at the stone floor, seeing nothing initially but accumulated dust and the occasional scuff mark. Then he noticed what Holmes was indicating, a section of floor that was notably cleaner than the surrounding area, as if something had been dragged across it recently, disturbing the dust. "Something was moved," Lestrade said, "recently enough that the dust hasn't resettled." "Precisely, and look here." Holmes moved to a corner where old furniture was stacked, pulling aside a broken chair to reveal a trunk pushed against the wall. It was a travelling trunk, leather-bound and substantial, with brass fittings that had tarnished with age. This trunk shows no dust at all. It was moved from somewhere else in this room, probably from that cleaner section of floor, to this corner, concealed, one might say, beneath furniture that makes it less immediately visible. Holmes knelt and examined the trunk's locks. Not locked, interestingly, as if whoever moved it wasn't trying to prevent it from being opened, merely trying to hide its presence. "Shall we?" He lifted the lid before Lestrade could object, and the lantern light revealed the trunk's contents. Clothes, men's clothing, but not the kind that Lord Ashworth would wear to his bank or his club. These were working clothes, rough fabrics, garments that spoke of manual labour, or at least the desire to appear as someone who engaged in such work. There was also a cap, the kind worn by dock workers and carters, and a scarf that had seen considerable use. Beneath the clothes lay other items, a set of papers that proved to be identification documents bearing Lord Ashworth's photograph but different names. 3 separate identities complete with references and employment histories. There was also a small leather pouch containing perhaps £50 in various denominations, more money than most working men would see in a year. "A disguise," Lestrade said, his mind racing through implications. Lord Ashworth had created alternate identities for himself. But why? "That," Holmes said, carefully examining one of the false documents, "is precisely the question. These identities are quite well constructed. Not cheap forgeries, but professional work. Someone with experience in such things prepared these documents, and the clothes, while rough, are actually of decent quality. Not authentic working-class garments, but a gentleman's idea of such garments, chosen to allow him to move through certain parts of London without attracting the wrong kind of attention." "You think he was investigating something?" Lestrade hazarded. "That he had reasons to move through London incognito?" "It's consistent with the payments to this J.M. character," Holmes said, pulling the letters from his pocket. He'd apparently helped himself to them from the study. Someone was providing information to Lord Ashworth, information he couldn't obtain through normal channels, and he'd created identities that would allow him to verify that information personally, or perhaps to conduct investigations of his own. Lestrade felt the case shifting beneath him, the simple disappearance becoming something far more complex. What kind of banker needs to disguise himself and investigate things personally? What was he involved in? "That," Holmes said, closing the trunk carefully, "is what we need to determine. But I suspect the answer lies not in his banking affairs, but in whatever parallel life he'd created for himself, the life represented by these disguises and false identities, by the payments to mysterious informants, by meetings in unnamed locations." They returned to the ground floor, finding Lady Ashworth in the drawing-room where she'd apparently spent most of the day, judging by the tea service that bore evidence of multiple cups consumed. She rose as they entered, her face pale with hope and dread in equal measure. "Gentlemen, have you learned something?" Holmes settled into a chair without waiting for invitation, his informal manner somehow not seeming rude when he did it. "Lady Ashworth, I need you to think very carefully about your husband's interests outside his banking profession. Did he have hobbies, pursuits, causes he supported? Anything that might have taken him into parts of London he wouldn't normally visit?" She frowned, clearly struggling to understand the relevance of the question. Edward was conventional in his interests. He attended the theatre occasionally, belonged to his club, and enjoyed shooting parties during the season. But nothing unusual, nothing that would take him to, what did you say? Parts of London he wouldn't normally visit. No charitable work, no interest in social reform or the conditions of the working poor. Edward believed in charity, of course, but he contributed financially rather than involving himself personally. He felt his time was better spent managing investments that generated wealth, which could then be distributed to worthy causes. He was quite firm about the proper roles people of different classes should occupy. And yet, Holmes said, pulling out the letters from JM, he was paying someone substantial sums for information, and he'd created false identities that would allow him to move through working-class neighbourhoods without recognition. This suggests interest beyond what he shared with you. Lady Ashworth took the letters with trembling hands, reading them with growing bewilderment. I don't understand. Who is J.M.? What information was Edward seeking, and why would he need to disguise himself? Those are precisely the questions we're trying to answer, Lestrade said gently. Lady Ashworth, is it possible your husband had concerns about something or someone? That he was trying to investigate a matter privately? Perhaps something related to his banking business that required discretion? I simply don't know, she said, and her voice cracked with the strain of maintaining composure through 2 days of accumulated shocks. I thought I knew my husband, Inspector. I thought I understood his life, his concerns, his character. But everything you're telling me suggests he had an entire existence I knew nothing about. Secret identities, mysterious payments, investigations. It's like you're describing a stranger. She sank back into her chair, the letters still clutched in her hands, and for the first time since Lestrade had met her, she seemed to truly crumble, the careful facade of upper-class composure finally breaking. What was he involved in? What could possibly have required such secrecy? Holmes leaned forward, his voice surprisingly gentle. Lady Ashworth, whatever your husband was doing, I don't believe it was criminal in nature. These documents, these arrangements, they speak of someone trying to uncover truth rather than hide it. Your husband was investigating something, and I suspect that investigation is what led to his disappearance. But investigating what? That's what we need to determine, and I believe the key lies in finding this J.M., the person your husband was paying for information. Lestrade, I'll need you to check with the General Post at Charing Cross, see if they have records of who collects mail held there. It's a long shot, but worth pursuing. Lestrade nodded, already making notes. I'll go first thing tomorrow morning. What will you do? I'm going to pay a visit to the East End, Holmes said, rising with the sudden energy that characterised his movements when an investigation captured his full interest. If Lord Ashworth was using those disguises to move through working-class neighbourhoods, then someone there must have seen him, must know him by one of his false identities. The East End is a world unto itself. Word travels quickly in such places, and a gentleman playing at being working class would be noticed, even if he wasn't recognised. That's dangerous, Lestrade objected. The East End at night is precisely when I'm most likely to find the kind of people who would have noticed Lord Ashworth, Holmes interrupted. Don't worry, Lestrade. I know how to move through such neighbourhoods. I've done it before. Which was true, Lestrade knew. Holmes had connections throughout London's criminal underworld, maintained through a combination of past favours, strategic payments, and the peculiar respect that certain types of criminals had for the detective's abilities. It was yet another aspect of Holmes's methods that made Lestrade profoundly uncomfortable. This willingness to move through London's shadows to associate with thieves and fences and worse, all in pursuit of information that couldn't be obtained through proper channels. But uncomfortable or not, it got results. And right now, results were what they desperately needed. I should accompany you, Lestrade said, though without much conviction. You'd stand out like a police whistle in a church choir, Holmes said with a slight smile. No offence intended, but you carry your profession in every gesture, every expression. You can't help it. It's been trained into you over years of service. In the East End, that would make you a target, or at least someone to be avoided. I, on the other hand, can be whoever the situation requires. It was said without arrogance, simply as a statement of fact, and Lestrade couldn't really argue. Holmes had an actor's ability to modify his bearing, his speech, his entire presence to suit whatever role he needed to play. It was unnerving to watch, actually, the way the detective could shift from languid aristocrat to working-class tough in the space of a few moments, adopting not just the accent but the entire physicality of a different class. At least take a constable with you, Lestrade tried. Someone who can watch your back if things turn dangerous. A constable would be even more obvious than you would be. No, I'll be fine. I've survived the East End before, and I'll survive it tonight. After Holmes departed, collecting the disguise clothes from the cellar trunk, and departing through the servants' entrance in a gesture that suggested he was already beginning his transformation, Lestrade remained with Lady Ashworth, conducting a more thorough interview about her husband's habits and movements over the past few weeks. She tried to be helpful, clearly struggling through her distress to recall details that might prove significant. But what emerged was largely negative information. Things Lord Ashworth hadn't done, conversations he hadn't had, concerns he hadn't shared. It was the portrait of a man who'd carefully compartmentalized his life, keeping his wife safely insulated from whatever complications occupied his thoughts. "He was protecting me," Lady Ashworth said at one point, and there was something broken in her voice. "That's what I tell myself, that whatever he was involved in, he kept it from me to protect me from worry or danger. But it feels less like protection and more like exclusion, as if he didn't trust me enough to share his true concerns." Lestrade had no comfort to offer for that particular pain. He'd seen it before in cases where husbands kept secrets from wives, where the separation of masculine and feminine spheres became a wall that prevented genuine partnership. Society encouraged such divisions, treated them as natural and proper, but they had consequences. They left women like Lady Ashworth isolated in their own homes, dependent on men whose inner lives remained fundamentally mysterious. By the time Lestrade left the Ashworth residence, evening had settled over London, bringing with it the early darkness of November. The golden afternoon light was gone, replaced by the familiar gloom of gaslit streets and gathering fog. The city was transforming into its nocturnal self, becoming the place where Holmes now moved in search of information, where the respectable world of banks and clubs gave way to a different London entirely, the London of docks and dens, of casual criminality and desperate survival. Lestrade walked rather than hailing a cab, needing the movement to order his thoughts. The case had expanded beyond a simple disappearance into something far more complex. Lord Ashworth had been living a double life, conducting some kind of investigation that required disguises and false identities, paying informants for information about matters he couldn't discuss with his wife or business partners, and then suddenly he'd vanished, leaving behind only questions and the carefully constructed facade of a conventional banker's life. What had he been investigating? What information had driven him to such extraordinary measures? And what had happened at that final meeting with JM that had preceded his disappearance by less than 24 hours? The answers lay somewhere in London's vast complexity, hidden among the millions of individual stories that made up the city's life. Finding them would require patience, persistence, and probably a fair amount of luck. It would require combining his methodical police work with Holmes's intuitive leaps, proper procedure with unconventional investigation. Lestrade's path took him through neighbourhoods that marked the gradual transition from wealth to poverty, from the ordered elegance of Belgravia through the middling respectability of commercial districts toward the rougher territories where working people lived in conditions that ranged from modest comfort to genuine squalor. The streets grew narrower, the buildings more crowded, the air thicker with smoke and the complicated sense of too many people living too close together. This was the London that men like Lord Ashworth normally never saw, or saw only from the safe distance of a carriage passing through on the way to somewhere more congenial. But Lord Ashworth had apparently chosen to enter this world deliberately, to move through it disguised, to investigate something that existed here rather than in the comfortable surroundings of his usual life. What could possibly have motivated such a dramatic departure from convention? What secrets did these streets hold that were worth such risk? Somewhere in the gathering darkness, Holmes was pursuing answers to those questions, moving through the East End with whatever persona he'd adopted, asking questions of people who wouldn't speak honestly to a police inspector, but might share information with someone they perceived as one of their own. Lestrade could only hope the detective's confidence in his own abilities wasn't misplaced. The East End could be dangerous for those who didn't understand its rules, its hidden hierarchies, its capacity for sudden violence. Even someone as clever as Holmes wasn't invulnerable, but worry wouldn't help anything. All Lestrade could do was continue his own investigation, following the leads available to him, building his careful documentation of facts and interviews. Tomorrow he'd visit the General Post at Charing Cross, and would try to identify this mysterious JM who'd been providing Lord Ashworth with information. Would interview more of the banker's associates, would continue assembling the pieces of this increasingly complex puzzle. The night stretched ahead, and with it the pressure of time passing, of Lord Ashworth's absence extending from hours to days, of the investigation growing colder with each moment that failed to produce answers. But Lestrade was nothing if not persistent. He would keep working, keep investigating, keep asking questions until the truth finally emerged from London's shadows. He pulled his coat tighter against the evening chill and continued walking, his footsteps echoing on cobblestones that had absorbed centuries of London's secrets and would doubtless absorb many more before the city was done keeping its mysteries close. Morning came with reluctance, as if even the sun was hesitant to illuminate what the new day might reveal. Lestrade had managed a few hours of proper sleep this time, returning to his modest rooms near Scotland Yard and collapsing into bed with the exhausted relief of someone who'd been running on determination and coffee for too long. But sleep, when it came, was fitful and populated with dreams of fog-wrapped streets and disappearing figures, of locked trunks and burning telegrams, of questions that multiplied faster than answers could be found. He woke to grey light filtering through thin curtains and the sounds of London stirring itself to life. Cartwheels on cobblestones, vendors calling their wares, the distant whistle of trains at the nearby station. The familiar symphony of a city that never truly stopped, merely shifted from one rhythm to another as day replaced night. By 7:30, Lestrade was dressed and fortified with strong tea and toast, making his way toward the General Post Office at Charing Cross. The streets were busy with morning commerce, clerks hurrying to their offices, shops opening their shutters, the whole elaborate machinery of London's daily life engaging once more. The fog had lifted somewhat, though the sky remained overcast, threatening rain that might or might not materialise. The General Post Office was a building that spoke of Victorian confidence in institutions and infrastructure. Solid, imposing, designed to convey the reliability of the Royal Mail system. Inside, the main hall echoed with footsteps and voices, with the shuffling of papers and the stamp of official seals, with all the bureaucratic activity that kept communication flowing across the empire. Lestrade presented his credentials to a clerk who examined them with the thoroughness of someone who dealt with official documents all day and had developed a healthy skepticism about their authenticity. Satisfied, the clerk directed him to a supervisor, a thin man with spectacles and an air of perpetual harassment, who listened to Lestrade's inquiry with the expression of someone already anticipating complications. "Mail held at General Post," the supervisor said, his voice carrying the particular weariness of a man who'd answered too many questions from too many people over too many years. "We do hold correspondence for collection, yes. But, Inspector, you must understand we handle thousands of such items. Without more specific information—" "The initials J.M.," Lestrade interrupted. "Letters addressed to those initials, held for collection over the past several months. I need to know who's been collecting them." The supervisor's expression suggested this was a remarkably unhelpful description. "Do you have any idea how many people might use those initials? And we don't require identification for collection of general posts. That's rather the point. People who don't have fixed addresses, who move frequently, who prefer not to reveal their locations. They use the General Post for precisely that reason." "I understand that," Lestrade said, keeping his voice level despite his growing frustration. "But these letters were arriving regularly, at least once or twice a month. Someone was collecting them with similar regularity. Surely one of your clerks might remember a regular collector." The supervisor sighed, the sound conveying volumes about the burdens of public service. "I'll inquire. Wait here." He disappeared into the depths of the building, leaving Lestrade standing in the main hall watching the steady flow of people conducting their postal business. It struck him, not for the first time, how much of London's life depended on systems like this. The ability to send and receive messages, to maintain connections across distances, to coordinate the complex web of relationships and transactions that held society together. Before the postal system, before telegraphs and railways, how had people managed? How had investigations been conducted when information moved at the speed of horses rather than trains? The supervisor returned after perhaps 20 minutes, accompanied by an elderly clerk whose bearing suggested decades of service. "This is Mr. Pembleton," the supervisor said. "He works the collection window most regularly and has a remarkable memory for faces." Pembleton looked at Lestrade with the sharp eyes of someone who'd spent a lifetime observing humanity from behind a postal window. "J.M., you said?" I know the one. Comes in regular like, always on Fridays, mid-morning. Collects letters addressed to those initials. Can you describe this person? Man, middling height, perhaps 40 years of age. Dresses respectable but not fancy. Clerk's clothes, I'd say, or perhaps a tradesman doing well for himself. Nothing remarkable about him, really, which I suppose is the point, the kind of face you forget 5 minutes after you've seen it. It was frustratingly vague, but Lestrade pressed for more details. Hair colour, brown or perhaps dark blonde, hard to say with certainty. Build? Average. Neither heavy nor thin. Distinguishing features? None that Pembleton could recall, though he thought the man might have worn spectacles, or perhaps that was someone else he was remembering. Has he been in recently? Lestrade asked. Let me check the register. Pembleton moved to a large ledger, running his finger down columns of entries. The last collection was Friday past. That would be the third, collected 2 letters. The day before Lord Ashworth's final scheduled meeting with J.M., according to the letter Lestrade had found. So J.M. had collected correspondence, presumably including Lord Ashworth's note arranging their meeting. And then, what? Has the meeting occurred? Had J.M. delivered the promised report, the news that was not what you hoped for? I need to know if he comes in again, Lestrade said, making a decision. I'll have a constable stationed here during Friday mornings. If this man appears to collect mail, the constable is to follow him, determine where he goes, where he lives or works. Under no circumstances is he to be confronted or apprehended, just followed and observed. Can you ensure the constable is positioned where he can see the collection window without being obvious? The supervisor looked unhappy about having police presence in his post office, but nodded grudgingly. I suppose we can accommodate that, Inspector, though I must insist on discretion. We can't have our patrons feeling they're under surveillance every time they collect their mail. Lestrade assured him of discretion, arranged the details, and left the post office with at least one potential lead established, even if it wouldn't bear fruit until Friday. 4 more days. Too long really, but better than nothing. He returned to Scotland Yard to write his report for the Commissioner, documenting the progress of the investigation while trying to present it in terms that suggested steady advancement rather than increasing complexity. The Commissioner didn't respond well to cases that seemed to be expanding rather than resolving, that generated more questions than answers. Lestrade did his best to emphasise the concrete steps being taken. The surveillance at the post office, the interviews with Lord Ashworth's business associates, Holmes's investigation in the East End, while downplaying the troubling elements like the false identities and mysterious payments. It was nearly noon when a street urchin appeared at Scotland Yard with a note for Lestrade, delivered with the casual efficiency of London's informal messenger network. The note was from Holmes, written in his characteristic scrawl, L. Have learned interesting things. Meet me at the Blue Anchor, Wapping, 2 o'clock. Come alone and dress down if possible. Your usual attire marks you too clearly. S.H. Lestrade frowned at the note. The Blue Anchor was a public house in one of the rougher parts of the East End, near the docks where ships from around the world deposited their cargoes and their sailors. It wasn't the sort of establishment that typically saw visits from Scotland Yard inspectors, and going there dressed down meant abandoning the respectability that was both his armour and his identity. But if Holmes had learned something, significant if the investigation had advanced, then personal comfort was secondary to results. Lestrade returned to his rooms, changed into older clothes that he kept, for occasions when looking like a police inspector would be counterproductive, and made his way eastward through neighbourhoods that grew progressively rougher as he approached the Thames. Wapping at midday was a study in contrasts, the prosperity of international trade visible in the warehouses bulging with goods, the poverty of those who laboured to move those goods visible in every face and posture. The docks were a world unto themselves, operating by rules that had more to do with muscle and cunning than with law and order. Customs officials and port authorities maintained a presence, but actual control was exercised by dock foremen and gang leaders, by the informal hierarchies that governed who worked and who didn't, who prospered and who merely survived. The Blue Anchor sat on a corner overlooking the river, a 3-storey building whose lower floor served as a public house for the dock workers and sailors who comprised its primary clientele. Lestrade entered with the wariness of someone entering unfamiliar territory, his eyes adjusting to the dim interior where daylight struggled to penetrate through windows that hadn't been properly cleaned in what might have been years. The room was perhaps half full despite the early afternoon hour, men who worked night shifts drinking away their wages, sailors waiting for ships to depart, the unemployed seeking warmth and company in the communal space. The air was thick with pipe smoke and the smell of spilled beer, of unwashed bodies and the particular dampness that came from proximity to the river. Holmes sat at a corner table, and Lestrade almost didn't recognise him. The detective had transformed himself so completely that he might have been born to the docks. Rough clothes, a cloth cap pulled low, his posture changed to suggest physical labour rather than intellectual pursuit. Even his face seemed different, somehow coarser, though Lestrade couldn't identify exactly what Holmes had done to achieve the effect. "Sit," Holmes said as Lestrade approached. His voice roughened into an accent that spoke of London streets rather than its better neighbourhoods. "You look almost passable, Lestrade." "Almost." Lestrade settled onto the bench across from Holmes, accepting a tankard of beer from a barmaid who barely glanced at him. "What have you learned?" "Patience." Holmes took a drink, his eyes scanning the room with the casual awareness of someone alert to potential threats. "We're not alone here, and voices carry. First, tell me what you discovered at the post office." Lestrade summarised his morning's investigation, keeping his voice low, describing Pembleton's vague recollection of J.M. and the arrangements he'd made for Friday surveillance. Holmes nodded, processing the information while continuing to watch the room. "Good. That gives us one potential line to pursue. But I think I may have found something more immediate." Holmes leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping even lower. "Lord Ashworth was known here. Not by that name, of course. Here he called himself Edward Ashton, claimed to be a clerk with shipping interests, someone conducting research for his employer about dock operations and labour conditions." "Research?" Lestrade kept his voice level, though his mind was racing. "What kind of research?" "That's where it becomes interesting. According to several people I spoke with, carefully over the course of last night and this morning, Ashton was asking questions about specific shipments, about cargoes that arrived and disappeared without passing through proper customs channels. He was investigating smuggling, Lestrade. Systematic, organised smuggling that involved corruption at multiple levels of the docks administration. Lestrade felt the case shift again, taking on new dimensions. A banker investigating smuggling. It seemed absurd, except the railway investments, he said slowly. The losses that had his clients so angry. What if those weren't legitimate investments gone bad? What if the money was being used for something else entirely? "Now you're thinking," Holmes said with approval. "Consider the pattern. Lord Ashworth raises substantial sums ostensibly for railway investment, but the returns never materialise because the money isn't actually going into railways. Instead, it's being funnelled into some other enterprise, something that requires both capital and careful concealment." "Smuggling operations," Lestrade finished. "God, if Lord Ashworth was involved in smuggling—" "I don't think he was involved," Holmes interrupted. "I think he was investigating. Someone else was using his banking position to raise and move money, and Lord Ashworth discovered what was happening. That's why he hired J.M., likely a private inquiry agent of some sort, and why he came here himself in disguise trying to gather evidence." "Evidence against whom?" "That's what we need to determine. But it has to be someone with access to his banking operations, someone who could manipulate the railway investments without his initial knowledge. A partner, perhaps, or someone in his firm with authority over financial transactions. Pemberton." The name came immediately to Lestrade's mind. The senior partner who'd been so concerned about discretion, about protecting the firm's reputation, who'd seemed nervous during their interview, choosing his words carefully. Who would have had both the access and the authority to manipulate investments? "We need proof," Lestrade said. "Suspicions aren't enough, especially not against someone of Pemberton's position." "Agreed, which is why—" Holmes paused as a man entered the pub, and something in the detective's posture changed, became more alert. "Don't look now, but the gentleman who just came in is one of the dock foremen I spoke with last. Knight. His name is Harrow, and he was less than forthcoming about what he might know concerning unusual cargo movements." Lestrade resisted the urge to turn and look, keeping his attention on his beer instead. "You think he's involved?" "I think he's nervous about something, which in this context is as good as a confession. He's coming this way. Let me do the talking." The man called Harrow was large, built like someone who'd spent decades moving heavy cargo, his face weathered by wind and sun. He approached their table with the confidence of someone on his own territory, looking down at Holmes with an expression that mingled recognition and wariness. "You," Harrow said, his voice carrying the particular roughness of someone who spent his days shouting orders over dock noise. "Still asking questions, are you? Though I told you last night to mind your own business." "And yet here I am," Holmes replied, his accent perfect, his posture unthreatening but not submissive. "Seems like you might have remembered something overnight. Something you'd like to share, perhaps for appropriate compensation? Harrow's eyes flicked to Lestrade, assessing, then back to Holmes. Your friend there, he's law, isn't he? Got that look about him for all he's dressed down. He's someone who wants the same information I do, Holmes said smoothly, and who's willing to pay for it. More importantly, he's someone who can make trouble go away if you're cooperative, or make it significantly worse if you're not. It was a bluff. Lestrade had no authority to offer immunity or make deals without consulting his superiors, but Harrow didn't know that, and the implied threat was clear enough. The foreman shifted his weight, clearly calculating odds and options. There was a man, Harrow finally said, pulling out a chair and sitting without invitation, asking questions like you've been asking, wanted to know about cargo that came in off the Mediterranean routes, about shipments that weren't in the official manifests, offered money for information, quite a bit of money. Edward Ashton, Holmes supplied. That's what he called himself. Seemed like gentry playing at being common, but his money was real enough, and he didn't threaten to bring law down on anyone. Just wanted information, said he was working for someone who'd been cheated, wanted to trace where certain goods had ended up. And did you provide this information? Harrow hesitated, then nodded slowly. Some. Told him what I could without getting myself killed. There's been regular shipments coming through, high-value cargo that arrives with one set of papers but leaves with another, or sometimes doesn't leave at all, just disappears into warehouses controlled by certain interests. Big operation, well-organised, plenty of people making money from it. Who runs it? Lestrade asked, unable to stay silent any longer. That, I couldn't say, or wouldn't, if you prefer honesty. The people running something like this, they're not the sort you cross lightly. They've got connections, authority, and enough money to make problems disappear, including people who ask too many questions. Like Edward Ashton, Holmes said quietly. Like Edward Ashton, Harrow agreed. Last time I saw him was about a week ago. He'd been meeting with someone else, some nervous little man in clerk's clothes who seemed to have information about the financial side of things. They were here, actually, at this very table, having what looked like a serious conversation. The clerk fellow was showing Ashton papers, pointing at figures, looking like he expected someone to come through the door and catch them at it. J.M., Lestrade breathed. The inquiry agent Lord Ashworth had hired. He'd found proof of the smuggling operation and the financial arrangements supporting it. And then Ashworth disappeared, Holmes finished, because someone discovered what he knew and decided he was too dangerous to leave walking around with that knowledge. The implications settled over them like the fog that perpetually haunted London's streets. This wasn't a simple disappearance. Wasn't a banker fleeing bad investments or escaping professional pressure. This was something far more serious. A man who'd uncovered a criminal conspiracy involving substantial sums of money and significant corruption, who'd been investigating carefully, gathering evidence, preparing perhaps to expose the whole operation, and who had vanished before he could do so. Where is he? Lestrade asked Harrow directly. If someone wanted to make him disappear, where would they take him? If he's lucky, he's locked up somewhere, being held until they figure out what he knows and who he's told. If he's not lucky... Harrow shrugged, the gesture conveying grim possibilities. The river's deep and doesn't give up its secrets easily. He's alive, Holmes said with certainty. If they'd simply wanted him dead, his body would have been found by now, arranged to look like accident or suicide. The fact that he's missing suggests they're keeping him somewhere, probably trying to determine the extent of his knowledge and whether others are involved in his investigation. Which means we need to find him quickly, Lestrade said, before they decide he's too much of a liability to keep alive. Holmes nodded, already rising. Harrow, you've been helpful. Take this. He pressed coins into the foreman's hand, more than the information was probably worth. And forget we had this conversation. If anyone asks, you've seen nothing and know nothing. Harrow pocketed the coins and departed without another word, melting back into the pub's dim interior as if he'd never been there at all. We need to get back to Lord Ashworth's residence, Holmes said once they were outside, the river breeze cutting through their rough clothes. Those papers I organised, I want to look at them again with this new information in mind. If Pemberton or someone else in the firm was using Ashworth's banking operations to fund smuggling, there will be traces in the financial records. Hidden, certainly, but present if one knows what to look for. They hailed a cab, and as it carried them back westward through London's layers of prosperity and poverty, Lestrade felt the weight of urgency pressing harder. Lord Ashworth was alive, probably, but held somewhere by people who had every reason to ensure his silence became permanent. The investigation had transformed from a missing person case into a race against time, with a man's life hanging in the balance. And somewhere in the documents and records they'd been examining, somewhere in the financial details of railway investments and property holdings, lay the proof they needed. Proof of who was behind the smuggling operation, proof of where Lord Ashworth might be held, proof that would allow them to act rather than merely investigate. The city passed by the cab windows, indifferent to their urgency, continuing its daily business, while somewhere within its vast sprawl, a man waited to be found or to be silenced permanently. They had perhaps hours, Lestrade thought. Perhaps less. Whatever they were going to do, they needed to do it quickly. The afternoon light was beginning its slow fade toward evening as their cab clattered back through London's western neighbourhoods, that peculiar November quality returning where daylight seemed to surrender early, as if exhausted by the effort of penetrating the city's perpetual haze. Lestrade watched the streets transform around them, the rough vitality of the docks giving way to commercial bustle, then to the orderly prosperity of residential districts, each layer of the city distinct yet connected, like geological strata recording centuries of accumulated history. Holmes sat silent beside him, and Lestrade recognised the quality of that silence. The detective's mind was working, processing the information they'd gathered, constructing theories and testing them against known facts, discarding possibilities and refining others. It was like watching a machine operate, though one far more complex than any device of gears and springs. Holmes's intellect was a thing unto itself, remarkable and slightly unsettling in its capacity for rapid synthesis. They arrived at the Ashworth residence to find Lady Ashworth in the entrance hall, dressed for going out, a cloak around her shoulders and her expression suggesting she'd been preparing to leave. She turned as they entered, her face showing relief mingled with continued anxiety. "Inspector Lestrade, Mr. Holmes. Thank God. I was about to send word to Scotland Yard. A telegram arrived perhaps an hour ago." She held out a folded paper with trembling hands. "It's from Edward, or at least it claims to be." Holmes took the telegram and Lestrade moved to read it over his shoulder. The message was brief, typed in the impersonal block letters that characterised telegraphic communication. "Safe. Business complications required sudden departure. Will explain upon return. Do not involve authorities. All will be well. E.A." "When did this arrive?" Holmes asked sharply. "Not quite an hour past. I was so relieved at first, to know Edward is alive and safe. But then I began to wonder about the phrasing, about the instruction not to involve authorities when you've already been investigating for days." Her voice carried uncertainty. Is it truly from Edward? And if so, why would he send such a message now? Where was it sent from? Lestrade examined the telegram more closely, finding the originating station marked in small type at the top. "Rotherhithe, that's near the docks, across the river from Wapping." Holmes and Lestrade exchanged glances, the significance clear to both. Rotherhithe was precisely the sort of location where someone might be held against their will, in one of the countless warehouses or decrepit buildings that line that stretch of Thames waterfront. It was also the sort of place where a telegram might be sent under duress, with captors dictating content designed to halt investigation. "Lady Ashworth," Holmes said gently, "I don't believe your husband sent this of his own free will. The phrasing is wrong. Note that it's signed E.A., rather than Edward or even his full name. That's not how a man addresses his wife, even in a telegram where brevity is economical." "But if he didn't send it freely, then—" Lady Ashworth's hand went to her throat, her face paling further. "They're forcing him to send reassurances, to make us stop searching." "Which suggests they're uncertain whether we've discovered anything significant," Lestrade said, thinking aloud. "They're buying time, trying to determine what Lord Ashworth knows, what he's shared, whether there's evidence that could threaten their operation even if he remained silent." "Then we must find him," Lady Ashworth said, her voice taking on a firmness that cut through her anxiety. "Immediately. Inspector, surely now you can involve more resources, can mount a proper search?" It was a reasonable suggestion, and Lestrade's first instinct was to agree. Scotland Yard could mobilise constables, could conduct a systematic search of Rotherhithe's warehouses and buildings, could apply the full weight of official authority to finding Lord Ashworth. But Holmes was already shaking his head. That would be precisely the wrong approach. The moment an official police presence appears in Rotherhithe, word will spread. Whoever is holding Lord Ashworth will know we're coming, and they'll have time to move him, or," he paused delicately, "to ensure he can't provide evidence against them. No, this requires subtlety rather than force." "So what do you propose?" Lestrade asked, though he suspected he already knew. "We go to Rotherhithe ourselves, quietly. We find where Lord Ashworth is being held, and we extract him before his captors realise we've located him." Holmes turned to Lady Ashworth. "Your husband's investigation uncovered a substantial smuggling operation, one that involves significant money and corruption at multiple levels. The people behind it are dangerous, and they're desperate to prevent exposure. But your husband is a careful man. He'll have left evidence, documentation of what he discovered. Do you know where he might have kept such material?" Lady Ashworth frowned, thinking. "His study, presumably, but you've already examined his papers there." "Have we, though?" Holmes moved toward the stairs. "We examined what was visible, what was filed and organised for ordinary business. But a man conducting a secret investigation, gathering evidence against powerful adversaries, he wouldn't keep that material with his routine correspondence. He'd hide it somewhere secure, somewhere only he would think to look." They climbed to the study, Lady Ashworth following, and Holmes began a more thorough examination than his previous searches. He moved along the bookshelves, pulling out volumes, checking behind them, examining bindings for anything that might be hollow or modified. He checked the desk again, not just its visible surfaces, but underneath, feeling along the underside of drawers for anything attached. "Think like your husband," Holmes said to Lady Ashworth. "Where would he hide something he wanted absolutely secure? Not in an obvious safe or locked drawer. Those are the first places anyone would look. But somewhere personal, somewhere that would seem innocuous to anyone else but would have meaning to him." Lady Ashworth moved slowly around the study, her expression distant as she tried to see the room through her husband's eyes. Edward was methodical, orderly, everything in its place. But he was also sentimental in small ways. He kept certain items not for their value but for their associations. She paused near the bookshelf, her hand reaching out to touch a particular volume. "This was his father's," she said quietly. "The only book Edward kept from his childhood home. He said his father used to read to him from it when he was young. Paradise Lost. Edward wasn't particularly religious, but he never shelved this book with the others. It sat on his desk or sometimes on the windowsill, always separate. Always—" She stopped, pulling the book down and opening it carefully. The pages had been hollowed out, creating a cavity within the volume's interior, and nestled in that space was a folded document, its pages covered in Lord Ashworth's neat handwriting. Holmes took the document reverently, unfolding it on the desk where lamplight could illuminate its contents. Lestrade and Lady Ashworth crowded close, reading over his shoulder. It was exactly what they'd hoped to find. A detailed account of Lord Ashworth's investigation, documenting how he'd first become suspicious of irregularities in the railway investments, and how those suspicions had led him to hire J.M., identified in the document as Jacob, Masters, private inquiry agent. How Masters had uncovered evidence of systematic smuggling operating through London's docks. But the crucial information came in the final pages, where Lord Ashworth had documented the conspiracy's leadership. The smuggling operation wasn't run by dock workers or petty criminals. It was controlled by a consortium of wealthy investors who used their legitimate business interests as cover for moving contraband goods. And the financial arrangements, the money laundering that allowed illegal profits to be converted into respectable capital, ran through several banking houses, including Ashworth, Pemberton, and Hayes. The architect of the scheme, the man who'd designed the financial structures and who'd used Lord Ashworth's professional reputation to raise capital while diverting funds, was named explicitly Edward Pemberton, senior partner, the man Lestrade had interviewed just that morning, who'd seemed so concerned about discretion and reputation. "God," Lestrade breathed. "Pemberton? He's been using the firm for money laundering, using Lord Ashworth as an unwitting front because of his reputation for reliability." And when Lord Ashworth discovered what was happening, Holmes continued, Pemberton couldn't simply eliminate him without raising questions. A prominent banker dying suddenly would prompt investigations and would risk exposing the entire operation. So instead, he arranged for Lord Ashworth to disappear under circumstances that would appear voluntary. The packed travelling case, the mysterious absences, all designed to suggest a man planning to flee. "But where is he?" Lady Ashworth's voice was strained. "This document proves who's responsible. but it doesn't tell us where Edward is being held. Holmes flipped to the final page, where Lord Ashworth had written a postscript dated the day before his disappearance. Final meeting with Masters tomorrow, 4th inst. He claims to have definitive proof of Pemberton's involvement, documentation that will survive even if something happens to me. Meeting location, Masters' office, Rotherhithe, above the chandler's shop on Tunnel Street. If I don't return from this meeting, someone must look there. Tunnel Street, Lestrade said. That's our destination. If Lord Ashworth went to meet Masters and didn't return, that's where the abduction occurred, and if Masters kept an office there, it might still contain evidence, or clues to where they're being held. We need to go now, Holmes said, already moving, before dark makes searching more difficult, and before Pemberton or his associates decide that Lord Ashworth has outlived his usefulness. They made hasty preparations. Lestrade sent a message to Scotland Yard requesting constables be placed on standby near Rotherhithe, but not to enter the area unless summoned. Holmes retrieved a revolver from his coat pocket. When had he acquired that, Lestrade wondered, and Lady Ashworth insisted on accompanying them despite both men's protests. "He's my husband," she said with quiet steel in her voice. "I've been excluded from his concerns, kept ignorant of his dangers, protected like some delicate creature unable to face reality. Not any more. I'm coming, and you'll waste valuable time if you continue arguing." They didn't argue. There wasn't time. The cab ride to Rotherhithe felt interminable, though it actually took less than 40 minutes. The sun was setting now, casting long shadows across streets that grew progressively rougher as they approached the river. This was old London, the medieval bones of the city still visible in narrow lanes and ancient buildings that leaned against each other like drunken companions. The Thames was close enough to smell, that particular mix of river water, industrial runoff, and the accumulated detritus of centuries. Tunnel Street proved to be a cramped lane running parallel to the river, lined with buildings in various states of decay. The chandler's shop that Lord Ashworth had mentioned was easily identified, a ground-floor establishment with dusty windows displaying rope and canvas, marine supplies for ships and sailors. Above it, a second story with windows dark and unwelcoming. They dismissed the cab several streets away, approaching on foot with the caution of people who understood they might be walking into danger. The street was quiet, that particular urban stillness that came when honest commerce had ended for the day, but evening's less reputable activities hadn't yet begun. Holmes examined the building's exterior, noting a side entrance that led to stairs accessing the upper floor. The door was locked, but not impressively so. The detective produced pics from somewhere in his clothing and had it open within seconds. The stairs creaked ominously as they climbed, each step announcing their presence to anyone who might be listening. At the top, a narrow landing and a single door, this one standing slightly ajar, suggesting either hasty departure or deliberate invitation. Holmes pushed it open carefully, the revolver now visible in his hand, and they entered what had clearly been Jacob Masters' office. A single room, furnished with a battered desk, filing cabinets, a small stove for heat, and not much else. The space had been thoroughly searched. Drawers pulled open, papers scattered, cushions slashed, everything that might have concealed documents or evidence violated and discarded. But it was the corner of the room that drew their attention, where a dark stain spread across the floorboards, dried but still visible even in the fading light. "Blood," Lestrade said quietly. "Not a large amount, but enough to suggest violence. Someone was injured here." Lady Ashworth had gone very pale, one hand pressed to her mouth. Holmes moved carefully around the room, examining the disorder with his peculiar intensity, constructing narrative from physical evidence. "2 men, at least," he said after a moment. "The attack came, suddenly. Note how the chair is overturned, as if someone rose quickly or was pulled from it. There was a struggle. See the marks on the floor, the scraping that suggests bodies in motion. Masters was struck here." He pointed to where blood drops marked the floor near the desk, and then both he and Lord Ashworth were taken out through that door. "Taken where?" Lestrade asked, though he was already moving toward the window looking out at the buildings nearby, the warren of warehouses and decrepit structures that characterized this stretch of waterfront. "Somewhere close," Holmes said with certainty. They couldn't risk transporting unconscious or struggling men through the streets in daylight. No, they'd have taken them to a nearby location, somewhere controlled by Pemberton's organisation. He moved to the window himself, studying the view with the concentration of someone reading text in a foreign language. There. He pointed to a warehouse perhaps 50 yards away, larger than its neighbours, with windows that showed no light despite the gathering darkness. That building, see how the ground floor windows are barred? How there's only one entrance visible from this angle? That's where I'd hold prisoners if I wanted to keep them secure and isolated. We need those constables now, Lestrade said, but Holmes was already shaking his head. No time. By the time they arrive, gather, organise an entry, Pemberton's people will know we're coming. We go now, quietly, and we extract Lord Ashworth before anyone realises we've found him. It was insane, Lestrade thought. 2 men, well, 3 counting Lady Ashworth, who clearly had no intention of remaining behind, attempting to raid what was essentially a criminal stronghold. It violated every principle of proper police procedure, every sensible approach to dangerous situations. But Holmes was right about the time factor, and sometimes Lestrade had learned over their years of irregular collaboration. Proper procedure had to yield to immediate necessity. They descended from Master's office and made their way toward the warehouse, moving through shadows cast by the setting sun, avoiding the few people still visible on the streets. The warehouse entrance was indeed barred, a heavy door secured with a lock that looked significantly more robust than the one at Master's office. But warehouses had multiple entrances, loading doors, service access, emergency exits. They circled the building carefully, and on the riverside they found what they needed. A door whose lock had been broken at some point and never properly repaired, held closed now by nothing more than a simple bolt that could be drawn from outside. Holmes checked his revolver, his expression grim. Once we're inside, we move quickly and quietly. Our objective is to locate Lord Ashworth and Masters, extract them, and get clear before Pemberton's men realise what's happening. Lady Ashworth, you'll wait here. I will not, she said, firmly. I've come this far. I won't stand outside while my husband is rescued. There was no time to argue. Holmes drew the bolt and pushed the door open, revealing darkness that smelled of stored goods and river damp, of wood and rope, and the particular mustiness of spaces long closed off from proper air and light. They entered the warehouse's gloom, letting their eyes adjust, moving between stacks of crates and barrels, following the sound of voices that drifted from somewhere deeper in the building. A light flickered ahead, a lamp or lantern carried by someone moving through the space. Holmes led them carefully forward, and as they drew closer, the voices became clearer. 2 men discussing something in tones that suggested frustration and impatience. Can't keep them here indefinitely. Pemberton needs to decide what's to be done. He'll decide when he's ready. Meanwhile, we keep them quiet and make sure they don't cause trouble. The banker's been asking for water again. The voices were coming from a partitioned section of the warehouse, walls that didn't reach the ceiling, creating a room within the larger space. Through gaps in the boards, lamplight leaked, and as they crept closer, Lestrade could make out 2 figures inside, guards, watching over prisoners they couldn't yet see. Holmes gestured, communicating without words a plan that Lestrade understood through years of working together. Create a distraction, draw one guard out, subdue him quietly, then deal with the second before he could raise an alarm. Simple in concept, difficult in execution, but they'd attempted riskier operations before. Lestrade moved to the far side of the partitioned area, found a loose board and pulled it carefully until it made a small sound. Nothing dramatic, just the creak of old wood settling. One of the guards heard it, his voice sharp. What was that? Go check. Footsteps approached the partition's door, and as the guard emerged, Lestrade stepped from the shadows and brought his truncheon down on the man's head with precisely calculated force, enough to render unconscious but not to cause permanent harm. The guard dropped without a sound, and Lestrade dragged him quickly into the shadows. The second guard, hearing nothing amiss, called out, "Everything all right?" When no answer came, he moved toward the door himself, stepping out into the warehouse proper, right into Holmes's waiting arms. The detective moved with surprising speed and efficiency, choking the man into unconsciousness within seconds, lowering him gently to the floor. They entered the partitioned space to find Lord Ashworth and Jacob Masters tied to chairs, gagged, their clothes dishevelled and bearing evidence of rough treatment. Both men were alive, conscious, their eyes widening with recognition and relief as Holmes and Lestrade began working on their bonds. Lady Ashworth rushed to her husband, tears streaming down her face as she helped pull away the gag. "Edward! Oh God! Edward, we've found you." Lord Ashworth's voice was hoarse from disuse. "Margaret? You shouldn't be here. It's dangerous. Pemberton, he's behind everything. The smuggling, the fraud, all of it. Masters and I, we gathered proof, but they took us before we could bring it to the authorities." "We know," Lestrade said, cutting through the last of the ropes. "We found your document, hidden in your study. We know everything, but we need to get you out of here before more guards arrive." Masters, freed from his own bonds, spoke urgently. "They're planning to move us tonight. Take us somewhere more permanent. Pemberton can't risk keeping us alive much longer, but he's been trying to determine what evidence exists. Who else knows what we discovered?" "Then we need to move," Holmes said, already heading for the door. "Quickly and quietly, Lestrade. Take Lord Ashworth and his wife. Masters, you come with me. If we encounter resistance—" He didn't finish the sentence. They all understood the stakes. The escape from the warehouse was a study in controlled panic, moving as quickly as they dared while remaining quiet, expecting at any moment to hear shouts of alarm, to face additional guards or Pemberton himself. But fortune favoured them, and they reached the broken door, emerged into the evening air, and made their way through the warren of streets back toward more civilized districts. Only when they'd put several blocks between themselves and the warehouse did they slow. Did Lord Ashworth lean against a building wall? Did Lady Ashworth embrace her husband with relief that shook her entire frame? "It's over," she said. "It's finally over." "Not quite," Lestrade said grimly. "We still need to arrest Pemberton and dismantle his organisation. Lord Ashworth, Masters, your testimony, combined with the documentation you've gathered, should be sufficient. But we need to move quickly before Pemberton realises you've been freed." Lord Ashworth nodded, straightening despite his obvious exhaustion. "I'll do whatever is necessary. That man used my reputation, my professional position, to facilitate criminal enterprise. He put innocent investors at risk, corrupted institutions that are supposed to serve the public trust. He needs to face justice." They made their way to Scotland Yard, where Lestrade immediately set in motion the machinery of official investigation. Warrants prepared, constables dispatched, telegrams sent to ports in case Pemberton attempted to flee. The Commissioner, roused from his evening at home, arrived to take personal command, his earlier concerns about discretion now replaced by determination to make a significant arrest. By midnight, Pemberton was in custody, taken from his home without incident, his expression moving from outrage to confusion to the pale realization that his carefully constructed conspiracy had collapsed. The warehouse in Rotherhithe was raided, its contents catalogued, and the guards arrested. Other members of the smuggling consortium were identified and apprehended over the following days as Lord Ashworth's evidence, and Masters' investigation revealed the full extent of the operation. 3 days after Lord Ashworth's rescue, Lestrade found himself back at the Ashworth residence, this time not as investigator but as guest, invited for tea as Lady Ashworth's way of expressing gratitude. The house felt different now, lighter somehow, as if the resolution of mystery had lifted weight that had been pressing down on its very foundations. Lord Ashworth himself still bore signs of his ordeal, bruises fading but visible, a certain weariness in his eyes, but his spirit seemed intact. He sat in his study, the same room where the investigation had unfolded, but now it was simply a room again, not a repository of secrets and hidden evidence. "I owe you and Mr. Holmes my life," Lord Ashworth said quietly, "both literally and figuratively. If you hadn't persisted, if you'd accepted that telegram at face value—" "We were just doing our jobs," Lestrade said, though the words felt inadequate to the complexity of what had actually occurred. "Though I'll admit, there were moments when I doubted we'd find you in time." "I never doubted," Lady Ashworth said firmly. "I knew if anyone could find Edward, it would be you and Mr. Holmes working together. Different methods certainly, but complementary. Each is essential to the final result." It was true, Lestrade reflected. His methodical investigation had provided the framework, the documented facts and procedural foundation. Holmes's intuitive leaps and unconventional approaches had provided the breakthroughs, the insights that no amount of patient documentation would have revealed. Neither approach alone would have been sufficient. They talked for another hour, Lord Ashworth describing what he'd learned about Pemberton's operation, how the conspiracy had functioned, the scope of the criminal enterprise that had hidden behind respectable facades. Masters joined them briefly, his head bandaged from the injury he'd sustained during their abduction, to provide additional details about his investigation. As evening approached and Lestrade prepared to leave, Lord Ashworth walked him to the door. "Inspector, I hope you'll forgive me for the deception, for not confiding in my wife or involving authorities earlier. I thought I could handle the investigation myself and could gather enough evidence before acting. That arrogance nearly cost me everything." "You couldn't have known how dangerous Pemberton would prove," Lestrade said. "And in the end, your careful documentation made the arrests possible. Your investigation succeeded, Lord Ashworth, even if not quite in the way you'd planned." Outside, the November evening was clear for once, the fog held back, stars visible above London's rooftops like distant promises. Lestrade walked slowly back toward Scotland Yard, his mind already moving to other cases, other investigations waiting on his desk. But for tonight, he allowed himself satisfaction in a case solved, a man rescued, justice achieved through the combination of persistence, intuition, and perhaps a bit of fortune. The kind of success that reminded him why he'd joined the police, why he continued despite the frustrations and disappointments that were inevitable in his profession. London sprawled around him, vast and complex, full of mysteries both solved and unsolved, of stories ending and beginning, of lives intersecting in ways both obvious and hidden. The city would continue generating cases, would continue requiring investigation and patience, would continue demanding that people like Lestrade devote themselves to pursuing truth through fog and complexity. He wouldn't have it any other way. Somewhere in the city, in his rooms on Baker Street, Holmes was probably already engaged in some new investigation, some fresh puzzle that captured his restless intellect. They'd work together again, Lestrade knew. Their methods would clash, his procedures would conflict with Holmes's improvisations, and they'd achieve results neither could manage alone. The machinery of justice would continue turning, cases would be solved or abandoned, and London would keep its secrets even as some were gradually revealed. But tonight, at least, there was this: a successful conclusion, a man returned safely to his family, a criminal conspiracy dismantled. It was enough. It had to be enough. Lestrade continued walking through the clear November night, his footsteps echoing on cobblestones worn smooth by centuries of Londoners, pursuing their own paths through the city's eternal complexity, and he found himself, despite everything, profoundly grateful for the work that gave his life purpose and meaning. The case of Lord Ashworth's disappearance was closed. The reports would be filed, the trials would proceed, and eventually it would become just another story in Scotland Yard's archives, one investigation among thousands. But for those involved, for Lady Ashworth and her husband, for Masters and Lestrade himself, it would remain something more, a reminder of what investigation could achieve when different approaches combined toward common purpose, when persistence met inspiration, when procedure and intuition worked together rather than against each other. The night stretched ahead, and Lestrade walked into it with the quiet satisfaction of work well done, ready for whatever new mysteries London might present. That's our story tonight. Are you drifting off beneath the soft glow of Paris, the ocean hush of Bali, the lantern-lit calm of Kyoto, or the silver skies of Stockholm? If this tale brought you peace, like the episode, and subscribe for more nights like this. Let the stillness cradle you. Let your dreams drift far beyond the stars. Sleep gently now, wherever you are in this wide and wondrous world.